Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on passe porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brilliants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Doors be open to la Nouvelle Port. Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending March 26, 2019, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now? Agreed. Agreed? Agreed. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, in its budget, Ottawa has dug a major deficit with Quebecers' credit cards, but it's not meeting their needs. Not 1 cent to reimburse the $300 million that Quebec has spent to welcome and integrate asylum seekers. Not 1 cent is there to increase health transfers, the biggest priority for Quebecers. And not 1 cent to extend the Blue Line or for the high-speed train between Quebec and Windsor. And when they do announce investments, Quebec doesn't come out on top. It loses. Ottawa is financing high-speed internet in the regions, but only in 2030. Ottawa has announced compensation for dairy farmers, but not 1 cent is planned in the columns of the budget. Once again, the Canadian government has found a way to indebt Quebecers without even meeting their priorities. We could continue all day on this, but we have to say it. Quebecers are poorly served by Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, for 130 years, 150,000 Indigenous children were forcibly removed from their parents and placed in Indian residential schools. The goal was to assimilate them into the Canadian society and make them forget their culture and history. Mr. Speaker, today I'm voting in favor of Bill C-369, which designates September 30th as National Truth and Reconciliation Day. This date was chosen in reference to Orange Shirt Day, which was started by Phyllis Webstad and Joan Sorley. I would like to thank them for their leadership and also thank the member for Misnipi-Rivière-Churchill, who presented this very important bill.
University.
Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone to join the Canadian Down Syndrome Society in celebrating World Down Syndrome Day tomorrow, March 21st. World Down Syndrome Day is observed on March 21st to increase public awareness about Down syndrome, a congenital disorder caused by having an extra 21st chromosome. It is my hope that someday, March 21st, World Down Syndrome Day, will be as popular as Terry Fox Day. On my Twitter, I have reposted a video of a boy named Christopher sitting at a table about to have lunch. Christopher has Down syndrome. Ask if he is bothered by having Down syndrome. Christopher has the perfect answer when he says no. Why? Tragically, most children with Down syndrome will never get old enough to answer this question because up to 85% of pregnancies with this disorder are never allowed to come to term. Imagine if we had a truly inclusive and just society, one where children with Down syndrome were valued and supported.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Today is International Francophonie Day, and we are celebrating the vitality of the world French community. In Alberta, we are thriving, and our community, like many others, is thriving and is growing every year. Our investment is really making a difference. More than 30% of children in Alberta are now registered in French language programs, and thanks to these strong francophone organizations such as Radio-Canada, Cité francophone, Recrutement artistique francophone, many people can live in French every day in Manitoba. It is at the very heart of what we are, and we are going to continue to attract francophone immigrants. And as a proud Franco-Manitobian, whether you're francophone, Franco-curious, or Franco-queer, today is an International Francophonie Day for you, for everyone. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. All too often, French is defined by its vocabulary and its grammar, which aren't always easy. But it's more than this. French is our language, but also our culture. It's rich with poetry, literature, and music. It's bubbling with expressions, regionalisms, and images which reflect our history. Our language is not only a means of an expression, it allows us to apprehend the world. It gives us a different sensitivity, a unique vision of our environment, and it's an incredible chance to have learned French, which is such a rich language in history and culture. The NDP supports Francophones in minority settings throughout Canada in defending their specific needs and their rights to quality services in French. All Francophones share a love for this beautiful language of which we are so proud. And I rise today to wish everyone a happy International Francophonie Day. And as Michel Rivard said, we should never forget this. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. As this is the International Francophonie Day, I would like to underscore an important event, the 50th anniversary of the Société de la Francophonie Manitobaine, the SFM. In 1916, the AECFM was created after the Thornton Law made teaching in French illegal in Manitoba. It was one of many laws recognized as unconstitutional. The AECFM laid the foundation for the SFM, which was officially founded in 1968, with a mandate that went beyond education to all areas affecting the lives of Francophones. Today, our community is thriving thanks to strong organizations who support our diverse Francophonie. It includes Francophones, French enthusiasts, Métis, and newcomers. I am proud to be one of the 110,000 people who are members of our community. Long live French in Manitoba.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday I was honored to join in the celebration of life for Mr. Harry Watts, along with Canadians from every province and territory, hundreds altogether. I am deeply grateful and humbled to have known him as a dear friend. Harry served Canada during World War II as a motorcycle dispatch rider as he delivered messages that were top secret and too sensitive to be sent by way of telegraph or telephone. His book, Dispatch Rider, sold over 4,000 copies, and all profits were donated to charities. One of his favorite charities he supported was National Service Dogs, which helps provide dogs to children with autism and to veterans suffering from PTSD. Harry lived every day to the full during his over 95 years of life. Harry's love of God and his strong faith sustained him right to the day of his physical death on March 10, 2019. To Harry's family, thank you for sharing him with all of us. You are in our prayers as you journey through this valley of loss and grief. We will remember him.
L'Honorable
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, happy International Francophonie Day. Whether you're in Ottawa, Vanier, in Vancouver, in Abidjan, or in Hanoi, it is a day to celebrate French and the diversity and the wealth of French culture. Despite tension and the linguistic crisis that is happening in Ontario and even in New Brunswick, we have to reaffirm the importance of the French language, its place in our society, and allow future generations to carry the torch. We must be proud to be part of the 300 million French speakers worldwide, and this strength is of economic, cultural, and social importance. Today and in the future, we must continue to act to strengthen our laws and our policies and to invest in the future of our official languages. And this way, we'll be able to stimulate our economy, favor trade, and contribute to strong leadership and the influence of Canadian diplomacy throughout the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is the International Francophonie Day, it is an honour for me, as it is for all Acadians, to rise and to speak about minority language communities in this beautiful, wonderful country. The Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and Francophonie recently announced consultations on the modernization of the Official Languages Act. It's only normal because the OLA is now celebrating its 50th anniversary, and the OLA has to be rejuvenated and take into account the reality of our linguistic communities in minority settings, whether they're in Quebec, in Acadia, or elsewhere in Canada. This is obvious, but let us remind us that these institutions have to apply the law, and if they ignore it, no legislation will go far enough. Mr. Speaker, let us have an OLA that is clear and reflects our political will to apply it properly. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, today we are celebrating the International Francophonie Day. French is a noble, rich language, and its complexity reflects its strength and history. It is the language of Molière, Voltaire, Montesquieu, and Cartier. This is a very meaningful day for the international community, but particularly for Canada, our bilingual federation. As Mr. Harper has always said, Canada, as a political entity, was first and foremost founded by French speakers. Today, we have more than 11 million Francophones who live and prosper in Canada, and worldwide, more than 300 million people speak French, and in 2050, there'll be more than 700 million people who speak French. Canada, in the 1970s, was the one who pushed to create the OIF, and we are one of the founding members of this society, and we have to maintain our relationship, and vive la francophonie. The Honourable Member for Nova West. Mr. Speaker, today we're celebrating the International Francophonie Day, and it's an occasion to remind each other that Canada does have French speakers from one ocean to another. In Nova West, Acadians are the majority there, and they speak French every day. They're proud of their language and their culture, and I have the privilege to serve them in this government, and I will defend official languages always. Whereas conservative governments in Ontario, in New Brunswick, and elsewhere in the country are attacking our French institutions, our government is implementing historic plans with $2.7 billion to invest in education, infrastructure, and early childhood education to ensure the vitality of our French communities. I wish everyone a happy International Francophonie Day.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, today we are celebrating International Francophonie Day. This is a day for everyone in Canada to celebrate French culture. We have to look at our official languages legislation and continue to show the importance of linguistic duality in Canada. let us continue to listen to people in companies who speak French. Companies are always looking for bilingual candidates. And it creates summer jobs for our student. And we have many Acadian descendants in Newfoundland. So we have to celebrate Francophone culture together.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear about the Prime Minister and the SNC-Lavalin affair. First, he interfered in a criminal prosecution that led to the Attorney General stepping down from Cabinet. A week later, Gerald Butts resigned from the PMO over this scandal. A week after that, his Treasury Board Minister resigned in support of the former AG. Wow. And just this week, we saw the resignation of the Clerk of the Privy Council as Liberal MPs joined in the corruption by not allowing the former Attorney General to tell her full story. The OECD has raised their concerns about corruption over this sordid scandal. And even worse, Liberals on the Justice Committee have now shut down further inquiries into this matter, and the Prime Minister is lawyered up. He has denied from the start that there was anything wrong and is now saying there's nothing more to see here. So much for transparency. Here's the bottom line. He thinks he can distract from this corruption with an election year budget, but Canadians aren't buying it.
Here, here. Way to go, man.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the riding of Egmont has the largest Francophone community in Prince Edward Island. And as an Acadian descendant, Evangeline is part of my history. So, as the member for this region, and for the first time in the House for quite some time, I'm happy to wish in French everyone a very happy Francophonie week.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the many women who have reached out to me and my NDP colleagues from coast to coast to coast. These women are appalled by the Prime Minister's treatment of the first Indigenous woman to serve as Attorney General. The former Attorney General stood up to the most powerful man in Canada, the Prime Minister, who was asking her to do something wrong. She didn't change her mind, and she lost her job because of it. Now she's being silenced and cannot tell her full story. Unfortunately, far too many women can relate. Women know what it's like to fight twice as hard to prove themselves and have their decisions disrespected by men desperate to hold on to power and eager to let women take the blame for their actions instead of accepting responsibility. Canadian women are watching. They see the difference between calling yourself a feminist and actively working to support women, not control them. I am a proud New Democrat, and we value the contributions of women in this place. We will always work to amplify their voices. We will never suppress them.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, through you to members of this House, it's clear that the Prime Minister breached the unwritten Constitution. He told the Attorney General he didn't want SNC-Lavalin to go to trial. And when he didn't get what he wanted, he replaced her with a new Attorney General whom he thought would do what he wanted. It's as simple as that. And it's this legislature, its committees and parliamentary parties that are supposed to hold the Prime Minister, the head of the executive branch of government, accountable for a violation of the unwritten Constitution. But that hasn't happened. This House and its committees has not adopted a motion of censure, has not adopted a motion of contempt, has not adopted any other reprimand to the Prime Minister. So to members of this House who still have confidence in the Prime Minister, I say this. I respect your decision, but surely at minimum we can all agree on the need to uphold our constitutional order. And that should begin with a reprimand of the Prime Minister through a motion that does exactly that.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Today, Mr. Speaker, is the International Francophonie Day. Millions of people speak French throughout the world, but only one wrote the most beautiful language of the century in French. It promotes nonviolence throughout our country Today, I would like to underscore the wonderful work of Yves Duteil. It is a beautiful language he uses with beautiful terminology, and we can hear the music and the perfume and regionalisms in this language. And we use his words in colleges, and when we listen to people sing in our country, we hear a whole symphony behind it. Order, please.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked and appalled when the Prime Minister shut down the Justice Committee's investigation into the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal. Serious questions remain unanswered, and key players in this affair have yet to testify. My question, therefore, is to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Ethics. Can he inform this House if the future agenda of the committee will include an investigation of this matter?
The Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have received letters from 3 members of the Ethics Committee requesting an investigation into this matter. I can confirm, as Chair of the Ethics Committee, that this investigation is in order. As always, members are welcome to submit witnesses. Any members of the public who have information of wrongdoing that may help with an investigation can come forward and submit it to the Ethics Committee without fear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just learned that the Ethics Committee has opened an investigation into his corruption scandal. So will he commit right here and right now to cooperate fully with this investigation and to appear and testify?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me first to wish all my colleagues and Canadians a happy International Day of the Francophonie. We know how important committee work is, and here on this side of the House, we will always respect and cooperate with committees and let them do their work independently of the government. Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. He attempted to block the Justice Committee's investigation, but we've just learned that the Ethics Committee will be investigating the corruption scandal. So once again, can the Prime Minister confirm here in this place that he will cooperate and agree to appear before the committee? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, one thing the Conservatives haven't learned, or they forgot about their 10 years in power, is that committees and members of committees are independent and they make their own decisions. Clearly, this government and the Liberal Party will always respect the independence of committee work, and we will always cooperate with the decisions of those committees. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's buying that. We all know that this Prime Minister sent in his members of that Justice Committee to shut it down. They allowed their preferred witnesses to speak more than once, but then when it came to listening to the former Attorney General complete her testimony, they blocked the investigation. They've also refused to allow Katie Telford, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Mathieu Bouchard, the PM's Special Quebec Advisor, the Minister of Finance and his Chief of Staff from appearing. So now that the Ethics Committee is launching an investigation, will those individuals be allowed to testify?
Honourable Prime Minister. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's not for the Leader of the Opposition nor for the Prime Minister to decide what committees will do. Committees are masters of their own agenda, and they have to make the decisions. We saw for 10 years the Conservatives under Harper did everything they could to control committees, but we on this side of the House respect the independence of committee work, and we know that the members of committees make their own decisions. That's a principle of our democracy that we respect and they disregard. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, again, nobody's buying it. He can stop pretending. We all know that he sent his members in to block the committee's investigation at the Justice Committee. He did so knowing that there are more details to come out. The former Attorney General wrote, and I quote, "These matters are still unfolding and further clarity and information is needed." For Canadians to hear the whole truth, they need to hear additional testimony, and this investigation has to continue. So once again, will he allow the Ethics Committee to conduct a full and public investigation into his corruption scandal?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we respect committees. Committees will make their own decisions about what they want to do, and we will cooperate with them. But, Mr. Speaker, you can see just how much the Conservatives don't want to talk about the economy and the concerns of Canadians, because we put forward a budget yesterday which demonstrates that we listened to Canadians and we're investing in the middle class and communities, and they have no plan for the economy, and that's why they're trying to distract Canadians and play petty politics. We are going to remain focused on Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, instead of listening to Canadians and bringing down the cost of prescription drugs, the Liberal Prime Minister gives powerful insiders special access to get what they want. When Canadians start asking questions about just where his priorities actually lie, he dodges and dismisses. He refuses to come clean. And now the Liberals have shut down the Justice Committee investigation to get to the truth. Maybe we'll have an Ethics Justice Committee to look at it. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister guarantee that Canadians will hear from everyone involved before the next election?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, I'd like to wish a happy International Day of the Francophonie to my honourable colleague, and I'd also like to remind him about the rules of this place. The committee itself decides what its agenda is and what they're going to do as a committee. It's not for the leaders of parties to direct what committees do. We here on this side of the House, we respect the independence of committees, and we will always do so. When it comes to pharmacare, we're very proud of the $500 million we've earmarked to help families facing rare diseases, to help them afford their drugs. That shows once again why we need a public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, Canadians pay on average $1,300 for health care. Yesterday, the Prime Minister had an opportunity to reduce that bill for Canadians by creating universal public pharmacare. And what did he decide to do? He decided to buy time for the well-heeled drug companies. Why is the Prime Minister choosing to put the profits of well-heeled companies above Canadians' pocketbooks? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's not at all what we did. We know that Canadians shouldn't have to choose between medicine and food, and with the budget we tabled yesterday, we're laying the groundwork for a national pharmacare program. We've created the Canadian Drug Agency, and with the provinces and territories, the agency will bargain for drugs on behalf of all Canadians, and that could reduce costs by up to $3 billion a year. In addition, we're implementing a national drug strategy. We've invested $500 million in that, and we're addressing the issue of rare diseases OC. We are as well. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, it was to be expected the budget would not reflect the needs of Canadians when it comes to housing and pharmacare. While these folks were looking for help, the Prime Minister spent last year helping his cronies and defending his own political interests. Why does the Prime Minister only go to bat for his cronies rather than for the real change people need? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak about our historic investments in housing. We're investing significantly to help Canadians find affordable housing. There's an incentive in the budget to help first-time home buyers to make first homes more affordable to first-time buyers, and it will make mortgage payments more affordable as well. We're also providing incentives for the construction of new rental housing units, and that should create thousands of new units. We know that it takes leadership to get housing addressed, and that's what we've been doing over the past 3.5 years.
This Liberal budget had their powerful friends covered, but it was a missed opportunity to listen to Canadians who can't afford a place to live. For people who are waiting, every delay hurts. Wait lists for co-op housing are decades long. Hundreds of people are standing in line for new rentals when they come available. Mr. Speaker, it's not too late for the Liberal Party, the government, to do right by people. Will this Liberal government build 500,000 new affordable homes now?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 years we've been investing in housing, including with our $40 billion national housing strategy. We are building with Indigenous communities. We are building and renovating in urban centers. We are helping people afford housing, rental housing. We know there's much more to be done, and that's why we came up with an innovative measure to help first-time home buyers. That's precisely what we're doing. We are investing in housing.
Mr. Speaker, what's become abundantly clear with this cover-up is that the Prime Minister is nothing but a fake feminist. This all started when the good old boys at SNC-Lavalin got caught bribing and spending money on prostitutes, and then the Prime Minister and his good old boys said to them, "Don't worry, we'll take care of it." But then a woman, the former Attorney General, said no to the good old boys, and she was promptly fired and silenced. Why is the Prime Minister silencing women of principle while covering up for the actions of his corrupt friends?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will not be lectured by the Conservatives about women's role in our society. We have, from the very get-go, invested in promoting women, and we have defended women's reproductive rights unequivocally. We will continue to work defending women, investing in equality, for pay equity. This is a priority to us, and they are still in favor of abortion. We know that defending women's rights is what we will always do.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is really good at yelling and screaming at women, as the member from Whitby knows. And he's also a very good actor. But, Mr. Speaker, he's a fake feminist. We know that after the principled resignation of the former president of the Treasury Board, another good old boy, the Minister of Finance, said she just quit because she was good friends with the former Attorney General. And that's just what girls do. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister and his friends thinking it's so much easier to silence women? And, Mr. Speaker, they were yelling through most...
Order. Order. I would, of course, order. Order. Members will know that members have 35 seconds to ask a question and the same to answer it. Members know that there's much too much talk during the House, particularly during answers. Occasionally there is a bit during questions. But there shouldn't be either. Neither should occur. Members should show respect for the rules and institutions and traditions of this place on both sides. So I appreciate very much the honourable member's interest in the question of decorum. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is lecturing us about women's rights, and I find it very rich. This is the party that still wants to challenge a woman's right to choose an abortion if that's what she so chooses. And this is backward thinking. We will always defend women's rights. We will always invest in women's equality, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the intelligent thing to do. We are going to build a stronger economy with women, not by sticking them in a corner.
Honorable Opposition House Leader, order.
There's a corner. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister likes to just say that women have experienced interactions with him differently. Boy, where have we heard that one before? But Mr. Speaker, we know what the Liberal member from Whitby said. She had an experience where the Prime Minister phoned her and yelled and screamed at her so loudly her husband could hear it through the phone. Why is it that he can't see when he silences women, when he yells and screams at them, when he says that their experiences are just different perspectives? He is demeaning all women and showing what a fake feminist he is.
Order. I'm sure members will all share the concern about having quiet during question period. We've just heard. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say that I would be delighted if the Leader of the Opposition was trying to prove himself a better feminist than me. I think that would be a great thing for our democracy, for the Leader of the Opposition to defend women's causes, to stop opposing budgets that help women, to stop voting against investments in help to underprivileged women and organizations that help women. Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition wants to be a better feminist than me, I wish him good luck. That would be a great thing.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Here's the problem for the Prime Minister. He asked for strong women, and this is what they look like. Women who won't sacrifice their principles to cover up his corruption scandals. Women who stand up every day and refuse to back down against his abuse of our judiciary, of parliamentary committees, and more importantly, the use of the term feminist. Fake. I'll ask one more time. If this Prime Minister is such a feminist, why is he muzzling the former Attorney General?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I am Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have women who are strong and outstanding, not just in cabinet, but within our caucus. Outstanding women who continue to contribute hugely every day to building a stronger Canada, where there's equality between the sexes, where there's opportunities for Indigenous people who, as partners in what we're doing. We've brought 825,000 people out of poverty since we took office because we're investing in the middle class and those who are working hard to join it.
It seems the only women the Prime Minister is proud of are those who use their reputation to do his dirty work. And that's wrong. That's not a feminist. There's a reason why he used. They experience things differently, both in the Creston groping scandal and in Lab Scam. It's because he wants women to think and take the message that if they accuse him, a powerful man, of wrongdoing, then it's them to blame. And that's wrong. Why is the Prime Minister only letting his good old boys do all the talking?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to talk about all the things this government is doing to protect and promote women's rights. We're providing health care services, sexual and reproductive health care services to women in Myanmar. We've created a position for protecting women in peace and security. We have an LC in peacekeeping operations. We're protecting and defending women's rights in Saudi Arabia, which the Conservatives never did. We've played a role in the G7.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Oh no, Mr. Speaker. What this Prime Minister is doing, the only thing that he has been doing is moving hell and high water to protect a company that stands accused of bribing Muammar Gaddafi's sons with prostitutes. And he's been doing that while muzzling strong, principled women. That's not what a feminist looks like. That's not walking the talk. Every day that he refuses to allow the Attorney General to testify and tell her story is another day he's a fake feminist. Why has he got her on a muzzle?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that we're talking about women's rights because this government has invested millions and millions of dollars in helping women all across the country, and we'll keep on doing just that. It's the Conservatives who keep voting against our measures for equality between the sexes and giving more opportunities to entrepreneurial women. We will continue investing in women all across the country and around the world. It's a priority in order to build a better world for all.
Mr. Speaker, not only do Liberals not want the truth to come out at the Justice Committee, we now know they were bending the truth about jobs being in danger. The CEO of SNC-Lavalin just said he never told the Prime Minister that jobs in Canada were in danger. They shut down debate at committee. They misled Canadians. 2 cabinet ministers and 2 senior officials have lost their jobs. Remember the Liberals in 2015 promising transparency and accountability? What happened to them? Canadians are tired of being misled and now know they can't trust this Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and launch an independent public inquiry, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we began investing in the middle class to create economic growth. That's what we promised, and that's what we've done, and that's what we continue to do. With the budget we tabled yesterday, we're showing that we are investing in more access to new housing for families. We're investing in connectivity, high-speed connections across the country. We're investing in pharmacare to enable people to have access to drugs. And we're doing that because our plan is working. For 3 years, we've seen economic growth, which will allow us to continue investing.
Bay.
We now learn from the CEO of SNC-Lavalin that 9,000 jobs were never at risk. To say that they're going to be unemployed is not true, he said. And yet this Prime Minister has misled his caucus, the House, and Canadians day after day after day because it was never about jobs. It was about helping his wealthy friends, about shutting down the Justice Committee, and that he has tried to cover up his interference in an independent public prosecution. He has broken faith with the Canadian people. Why is he so afraid of an investigation into his actions in making up the facts around the SNC lobbying?
Honourable Prime Minister.
What Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker, is us to work to protect jobs and workers with full respect for our institutions, and that's precisely what we're doing. We will keep investing in workers. We will keep helping Canadians, for example, with the investments we're making in training. Mr. Speaker, in the budget we tabled yesterday, Canadians will be able to have access and time for training so that they can better prepare themselves for the jobs and opportunities of the future. That is paving the way for the future for workers and Canadians. That's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians want to know is the truth. When the Prime Minister refused a public inquiry, he refused to appear before the Justice Committee, he refused to allow his inner circle to speak, and he refused to waive privilege on the former Attorney General. After the bogus investigation by the Justice Committee, will the Prime Minister agree to appear before the Ethics Committee? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, here on this side of the House, we understand that parliamentary committees choose themselves the witnesses they wish to call, and I will always respect committees' decisions. Here on this side of the House, we respect our institutions, and that's why we're investing in our institutions. We're investing in Canadians as well. We're investing in infrastructure all across the country. We're investing in affordable housing. We're investing in internet connections to help dairy farmers. We're going to keep working on behalf of Canadians. Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, there was the resignation of the Justice Minister, of the President of the Treasury Board, of the Clerk of the Privy Council, and of the Prime Minister's top advisor, who's supposed to be his buddy. And we've just learned that another Liberal member has quit the caucus. And the Prime Minister is hiring private law firms at taxpayer expense. And he says there's nothing to see here. Will the Prime Minister agree to appear before the Ethics Committee? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What the Conservatives should know is that committees themselves decide which witnesses to call. We will always participate when called to do so, but yesterday in our budget, we demonstrated that we're focused on Canadians. Let's let the Conservatives play petty politics. We're focused on the economy. We've created 900,000, Canadians have created 900,000 jobs in the past 3 years, and we have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. The Conservatives have no plan whatsoever for the economy. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for a year and a half, the Conservatives have stood up hand on their hearts saying that they're protecting jobs for SNC-Lavalin workers. But the CEO has stated that he never talked about 9,000 jobs being at risk. It's a direct contradiction of what the Prime Minister is saying. And the Ethics Committee is going to investigate this scandal. We've just learned that. Will the Prime Minister agree to testify? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since 2015, we've done everything we could to protect jobs and workers, and will continue to do so. Since 2015, Canadians have created over 900,000 new jobs all across the country. But not all Canadians have access to the necessary training to get those new jobs. So with our budget we tabled yesterday, we've created a Canadian training benefit which will help workers find time and money to improve their skills. This is a measure that will greatly help workers and businesses. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, when the Globe and Mail broke the story about the Liberal scandal, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, what has happened? The former Attorney General lost her job. The former President of the Treasury Board lost her job. And now a Liberal member is quitting the Liberal caucus. 1, 2, 3 women. That's the so-called record of a feminist Prime Minister. The Ethics Committee is going to meet to study this SNC-Lavalin scandal. Will the Prime Minister agree to give his version of events, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always cooperate with committees. They choose what studies to undertake, but at the same time we know that investing in Canadians, investing in the Canadian economy, as we promised to do since 2015, it has worked. We've seen economic growth, which we hadn't seen under the Harper years. We've seen job growth, which we didn't see under Harper. But unfortunately, the Conservatives are still caught up in the same Harper approach, and that's why they don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about the budget. They would rather play petty politics. We are going to remain focused on Canadians.
5 million students around the world took to the streets in a climate strike last Friday. Students from Canada, from coast to coast to coast, flooded the streets with a clear message. There is no planet B. We have 12 years to avert climate disaster, and climate leaders don't buy pipelines. Exactly. Our children are demanding real action and an end to empty promises. Budget 2019 continues to subsidize big oil. Will the Prime Minister admit
that Harper's emission targets won't cut it and that buying a 65-year-old pipeline isn't climate action.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was so pleased to see how concerned young people are about the future of our planet, because this is a concern we share with them on this side of the House. That's why we put a price on pollution. That's why we have brought in an historic plan to protect oceans. And that is why we are investing in green energy and in new technology to help our economy. We will always tackle climate change. That is a priority for this government, just as it is a priority for young people throughout the country. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, 1.5 million students went on strike for the future of their planet, their own future. I was at the demonstration in Montreal along with a human wave of 100,000 individuals. It was so beautiful to see thousands of young people rising up and demanding that we act. With yesterday's budget, though, the Liberals have let them down. The government continues along with its outdated policies and its subsidies to oil companies and purchasing an old pipeline. Why do the Liberals refuse to listen to young people who have understood the urgency of the situation? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always listen to young people and work with them to protect the environment and build a better world. We are in Budget 2019, we have announced a new home retrofit program to help Canadians reduce their energy bills. We are making electric vehicles less costly for Canadians. We are also building infrastructure to support that. And the NDP continues to oppose the environment with the economy, but we are growing the economy while protecting the environment.
Barry Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, our government laid out the next step in our plan to invest in families and to support the middle class and those working hard to join it. A key part of the budget are new measures to make housing more affordable. Could the Prime Minister update the House on what we are doing to help Canadians find an affordable place to call home?
Bravo. Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for Surrey and Newton for his hard work. Canadians told us that too many young families have been excluded from the housing market. And so in Budget 2019, we are tackling this issue. There will be a first-time home buyer incentive. And under that, Canada will save hundreds of dollars each month on their mortgage payments. We are increasing funding for the construction housing market, and that will help housing. We will continue to support that sector. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, there are unanswered questions. Who said that? The former Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the former Treasury Board president said she was not pleased with how this was dealt with. Canadians want the Prime Minister shed light. Will the Prime Minister stop hiding the truth and allow his senior civil servants and himself to appear before the Ethics Committee on this political interference? The Honourable Prime Minister, as I said, we will always respect requests of the committee, and it is up to the committee to decide what work they want to do and what witnesses they want to call. Now, with respect to this, it's pretty interesting that the Conservatives, who have always wanted to talk about the economy, are refusing to talk about the economy to Canadians today. We brought in a historic budget. Why, Mr. Speaker? And why are they refusing to talk about the economy? Because they have no plan. It's just the same old Harper approach. We created 900,000 new jobs throughout the country. We reduced unemployment, and we lifted people out of poverty. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, if someone's afraid of something, well, it's the Prime Minister. He's afraid to talk about political interference in our justice system. He's afraid to allow the former Attorney General to testify. What is he so afraid of? 4 people have resigned. This must be pretty serious. Will the Prime Minister appear before the Ethics Committee? Yes or no? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've already answered that question. The reality is that we have Conservatives before us here who at one point in time were more concerned about Canadians and the economy, but they seem to have lost that concern. You see, For 10 years, their approach in giving benefits to the wealthiest and in cutting into programs didn't work. It didn't work either for balancing the budget or for encouraging economic growth for Canadians. Now, for 3 years, we've been investing in the middle class. We've been investing in communities, and that is delivering positive results, not just for the Canadian economy, but for Canadian families, too. And we're going to continue to do that. They have nothing to say, do they?
The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Here's some quotes on the Liberal SNC-Lavalin scandal. Quote, "There's no solution here that does not involve some interference." Gerald Butts. "I think he's going to find a way to get it done one way or another." Michael Wernick. "We don't want to debate legalities anymore." Prime Minister, Chief of Staff. "Questions remain unanswered." The former Attorney General. "I have lost confidence in how the government has dealt with this matter." The former President of the Treasury Board. "The Prime Minister didn't have the courage to appear at the Justice Committee before he stood behind the human shields of his Liberal members who shut it down. Will he have the guts to show up at the Ethics Committee to answer for his involvement in this scandal?"
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to read from some quotes on our budget. Valérie Plante, Mayor of Montreal, said that what this budget shows is that Ottawa wants to assist municipalities to develop structural projects worthy of the 2020th century. Another quote, "Excellent announcement to support electric vehicles." The Canadian Federation of Black Communities said that they support the implementation of the official decade for order, please. I've heard the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier quite often today, even though he didn't have the floor. Now, I quite appreciate the sound of his voice, but not in this way.
Here's some quotes, Mr. Speaker. The former Attorney General, "I quit." The former President of the Treasury Board, "I quit." The former top advisor to the Prime Minister, "I'm gone." The former clerk of the Privy Council, "I quit." Mr. Speaker, these members have all quit because of the scandal that emanated from the very top of this government. The Liberals have tried to shut this down time and time again. Will the Prime Minister and his officials finally have the decency to show up at the Ethics Committee and do their job, explain to Canadians what they're so afraid of when it comes to the SNC-Lavalin scandal?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we will always cooperate with parliamentary committees that decide independently what studies they want to undertake. But allow me to continue with quotes. Perry Bellegarde of the Assembly of First Nations said that this federal budget shows that there will be significant and sustained investments to advance the priorities of First Nations. And throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, we have heard constituents and Canadians say thank you for investments in the middle class. Thank you for access to affordable housing. Thank you for investments in infrastructure, in high-speed internet. That will help us.
Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month I wrote to the Minister of Finance about the struggles young Canadians are facing because of student debt, like putting off starting a family or buying a home. I encouraged the Minister to follow the lead of British Columbia's NDP government, which stopped charging interest on student loans last month. Instead, the Liberals are proposing a half measure of simply reducing interest rates in their budget. Post-secondary education should not be a debt sentence. Why are the Liberals choosing to hurt young Canadians and their chance to build a better future?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the investments that we have made in young people throughout country over the past 3 years, and we'll continue with that in this budget. Young Canadians are the most connected, educated, and diversified population in Canada. We have been making post-secondary studies more affordable since 2015, including measures for students who do not have to reimburse their loans until they're earning a significant amount per year. We've also reduced interest rates on student loans for the first 6 months, and what that means that students will be able to save up to $2,000. We know that investing in young people is investing in the future. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Social Development said in voices full of compassion that they would enhance EI sick benefits in that year. That was in 2016. In budget 2017, nothing. Budget 2018, nothing. Budget 2019, still nothing. That was their last opportunity to keep that promise, but they preferred to let down hundreds of thousands of sick people who need more than 15 weeks to get better. Why did the Prime Minister betray them? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have invested in helping family caregivers, in helping families who have relatives with rare diseases. We are putting money into reducing the costly medication for these rare diseases, and we will always be helping workers. We have introduced the Canada Skills Program now that will provide people with money to improve their skills. That includes 4 weeks of training over 4 years and up to $1,000 to support them. The labour market is evolving, and we want to make sure that Canadians are ready for it.
Lying to a law officer is an offense under Section 139 of the Criminal Code, which prohibits obstructing, perverting, or defeating the course of justice. The Prime Minister told the former Attorney General on September 17th that if she did not immediately shelve the charges into SNC-Lavalin, the company's headquarters would jet to London. Today, the CEO of the company indicated he never said that, and it's not true. Why did the Prime Minister state a blatant falsehood to get charges dropped against SNC-Lavalin?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite just said is entirely false.
Carleton.
Actually, it's entirely true, and I can prove it. Not only did the former Attorney General testify that he said the company would leave Montreal without a deferred prosecution agreement, he made the mistake of repeating the same falsehood in public at his press conference. It's on the record. So he can now deny what he said in front of 35 million Canadians, or he can finally stand on his feet and begin telling the truth. He said to the former Attorney General the headquarters would be gone if she did not immediately shelve the charges. We now know that was a blatant falsehood. Why did he state a falsehood to get charges dropped against a company?
Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of this matter, we have been acting in a way to protect workers throughout the country, whether it be in Newfoundland, whether it be in Regina, whether it be in Ontario, whether it be in Quebec, or in Alberta. We are always going to defend and stand up for jobs while respecting our institutions. And we have had to think about how to protect Canadian jobs, and we are going to continue to do that, including in this historic budget that we brought forward yesterday, that the Conservatives do not want to talk about at any cost.
Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, he's not denying he said it now, that he just realized that he accidentally blurted out in a press conference. He told the former Attorney General the headquarters would be gone if she did not immediately shelve the charges against that company. It was a falsehood. It is impossible. The company is bound to stay in Montreal under a $1.5 billion loan deal with the Quebec Pension Plan. It just signed a 20-year lease and renovated its headquarters for its 2,000 employees there. It was completely false, and yet he said it to try and get corruption charges dropped. Why?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has just betrayed himself. He's preoccupied by wealthy people, but we are concerned about the workers in those companies, workers who work hard throughout the country to support their families, to support their communities. That's what we always do. The Conservatives have always wanted to give advantages and benefits to the wealthiest. However, we invest in the middle class and all those working hard to join it. And that delivers results for Canadians.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, Nova Scotia has the highest number of seniors per capita in all of Canada. And in case you didn't hear, yesterday's budget included new measures to better support seniors and make their lives more affordable. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on how Budget 2019 will help seniors across the country, and especially in my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his support for seniors. Under Budget 2019, there will be an enhancement of the GIS earnings exemption. More than 300,000 seniors throughout the country will be able to keep more of their money in their own pockets, money that was earned through hard work. We are going to continue to ensure a quality of life for our seniors. The Conservatives increased the retirement age to 67, but we're looking after these people by bringing that age back down to 65 and investing directly in them.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 days, this Prime Minister has broken so many of his election promises. He promised transparency and yet shut down the only public investigation into this scandal. He promised to respect committees. After what happened to Justice Committee, we know that that's not happening. He promised a balanced budget. It's sure not going to happen under his watch. And today we learned that he misled Canadians across this country when he said they needed to protect 9,000 jobs. It was clearly, according to the CEO, false. Liberals themselves are coming up and telling me how disappointed they are. When is he going to end the...
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you how pleased I am that the member mentioned the word budget in her question. So that gives me an opportunity to underscore the fact that on the contrary to the Conservatives, our approach invests in Canadian. It invests in the middle class, and it has worked, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have created more than 900,000 jobs over the past 3 years. We have the lowest unemployment in 40 years. We have lifted hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty, and that's because we're investing in Canadians, contrary to the Conservatives who want to cut.
The South.
Mr. Speaker, when challenged about the scandal of political interference, a scandal that has even drawn the attention of the anti-bribery unit of the OECD, the Prime Minister has repeatedly cited jobs as the reason. He stood in this House and said it again today. Well, it turns out that claim isn't true. He's broken faith with Canadians. Will the Prime Minister finally do what's right and call an independent public inquiry so Canadians can learn the truth?
Hello, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we respect the work being done by committees. The Justice Committee spent 5 weeks hearing from witnesses who had an opportunity to speak freely about the issue under consideration. We also support the work of the Ethics Commissioner, an officer of Parliament who is there to do the necessary work to enlighten Canadians on what is happening above and beyond politics in this House. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians can trust their institutions, and we will continue to be concerned about their needs. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, our government's budget announces concrete support to allow Canadians to get the skills and training they need to succeed so they can find and keep good, high-quality, well-paid jobs. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how Budget 2019 will help Canadian workers? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Hull-Aylmer for his work. Since 2015, our plan has been working. Canadians have created more than 900,000 new jobs throughout the country. However, not everyone has access to the opportunities they need to succeed. That's why Budget 2019 is introducing the new Canada Training Benefit. Over 4 years, that means there will be 4 weeks available, 4 weeks of leave available for training and up to $1,000 to help them in income support. The labour market is evolving, and we are going to help Canadians of all ages so they are ready for that changing labour market. We know we have to do that.
Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that the unrelenting pressure on the former Attorney General to grant SNC-Lavalin a DPA was all about jobs. And yet today, we also know that that's not true, as the CEO of SNC-Lavalin says the firm never cited 9,000 jobs as a reason for deserving the DPA. Will this Prime Minister tell the truth, Will he, instead of continuing to mislead Canadians, commit to this House to testifying and tell the truth at committee?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is talking about jobs, but I want to tell you that we're very proud of the fact that Canadians created 900,000 good new jobs over the past 3 years. That is something that Conservatives were never able to do under their 10 years because they never understood. The Conservatives think that giving advantages and benefits to the wealthiest is what they should do, including cutting programs for the rest. So that's not what works. That failed for 10 years, and that's why yesterday's budget and our approach invests. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, 50% of our taxes are sent to Ottawa, but the government finds the way to ignore 100% of Quebec's demands. Not 1 cent to reimburse the money we spent for new immigrants. Not 1 cent for health transfers, as if we can afford to neglect Quebec patients. Can the government explain how it's possible to have a $20 billion in debt and refuse to help Quebec? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, in terms of the blue line that he mentioned, the money actually is being invested. Now, with respect to Quebec's demands, we know that dairy producers have been concerned about the new trade agreements that we have signed. And under Budget 2019, we're providing concrete solutions for the problems that producer families are facing. We are investing into supply managed groups, into our food policy, into tax relief and regulatory relief, including internet bandwidth in rural communities, and we'll continue to support our producers throughout the country and in Quebec. The Honourable Member is rising on a point of order.
Parties in this chamber, and if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
That notwithstanding any standing orders, we'll be voting on the motion of this at the 3 reading of C8, C69, and amending the Canadian Labour Code for the member from Churchill River, just before private members' business. We ask that it be deferred once again after we've disposed of the opposition motion. Thank you.
Official opposition House Leader is rising on the same point of order.
Just asking for clarification. The translation said Bill C869, and I want to clarify that it is Bill C369 that they're asking to defer the vote on.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mascongé. Yes.
Do
we have the unanimous consent of the House? The House does it please the House to adopt this motion? Adopted.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Is this now? Introduction of government bills. Mr. Carr for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan. The Etobicoke North moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Certain Payments to be Made Out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Carr for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan. The Etobicoke North moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Minister's statements.
Delegations. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, 3 reports. Report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation in the NATO-PA joint meeting of the Defence and Security, Economics and Security, and Political Committees, Brussels, Belgium, February 19th to the 21st, 2018. Report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation regarding its participation in the Standing Committee meeting, Vilnius, Lithuania, March 23rd to the 24th, 2018, and the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the 2018 spring session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, May 25th to 28th, Warsaw, Poland.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the 73rd Annual Meeting of the Council of State Governments, Midwestern Legislative Conference held in Winnipeg, Manitoba from July 15th to the 18th, 2018. The second concerns the summer meeting of the National Governors Association held in Santa Fe, New Mexico, USA from July 19 to 21, 2018. And the third concerns the 42nd Annual Conference of the New England Governors and Eastern Canadian Premiers held in Stowe, Vermont, USA from August 12th to the 14th, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 4 reports of the Canadian section of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The first concerns the bilateral visit to Pakistan held in Islamabad, Pakistan from March 30th to April 7th, 2018. The second concerns the bilateral visit to South Africa and Kenya held in Cape Town, South Africa and Nairobi, Kenya from August 31st to September 2018. The third concerns the 2018 Westminster Seminar on Effective Parliaments held in London, United Kingdom from November 26th to the 30th, 2018. And the fourth concerns the Expert Committee meeting on status held in London, United Kingdom from June 8th to 11th, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 88th report of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Question of Privilege Related to the Matter of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Publications respecting Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, a government response is requested.
North that the House now proceed to orders of the day.
Member for Perth Wellington is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. There's no point of order.
I never have a problem with that. Thank the honourable member. Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House to now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Travaux des subsides, motion.
Business of supply. Opposition motion in the name of Mr. Poilievre on the resignation from Cabinet of the member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Harder, moves that the House take note of comments from the member for Vancouver Granville that indicated she has not been able to fully explain the events that led to her resignation, and that the House call on the Prime Minister to waive full solicitor-client privilege and all Cabinet confidences to allow the member for Vancouver Granville to address events that occurred following January 14, 2019, including her time as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, her resignation from that position, and her presentation to Cabinet that followed. Debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll begin by saying that I will split my time with the member for Lethbridge. Today, I rise on a motion to get to the truth in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Now, a quick recap on how we got here, Mr. Speaker. A year ago, the Prime Minister had his Finance Minister introduce a budget amending the criminal code to allow powerful corporations accused of fraud, bribery, and other forms of corruption to get the charges shelved by signing something called deferred prosecution agreements. We were all wondering where this was coming from, who was advocating for such special deals, and we found out in February of this year when the Globe and Mail reported that the former Attorney General faced interference, veiled threats, pressure, hounding, and other inappropriate pressure from the Prime Minister and those around him to offer such a deal to SNC-Lavalin. SNC-Lavalin is a company facing over $100 million of fraud and bribery charges. Among the charges are that the company bought prostitutes for the former Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi, that they bribed him and his officials in order to defraud among the poorest people in the world of hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, the Prime Minister is acting in a manner that is highly unusual. To take a direct interest in a criminal trial of any kind would be strange on any day. But to try and defend alleged corporate criminals who've engaged in malfeasance on this scale is particularly unusual. Now, of course, the Prime Minister said he did nothing wrong, the story was false, and that his Attorney General was behind him all the way. Well, the next day, she resigned. The Prime Minister dismissed her, saying he was disappointed and surprised. We found out later during her testimony that he shouldn't have been either. The reality is she told him that she was worried about the level of interference by his office. And that brings me to numerous unanswered questions we now need to pursue. One, the Prime Minister said she never raised any concerns with me at all. If she was worried about the 20 times my office and my officials contacted her about this criminal prosecution, why didn't she say something? Well, it turns out she did. On September 17th, yes, she did, despite the heckling against her again by Liberal members across the way, and shame on them for heckling a fellow Liberal member. That is shameful. But yes, she did. On September 17th, she told the Prime Minister, "Are you interfering with my role as Attorney General? Because if you are, I strongly advise against it." That was September 17th. The Prime Minister was stating a falsehood when he said otherwise. Then he said, "It's all about jobs. If this powerful Liberal Link Corporation does not get its charges shelved, 9,000 jobs will vanish into thin air." Well, when his top advisor, Gerald Butts, appeared before committee, the Green Party leader asked him, "Do you have any evidence that 9,000 jobs would disappear?" His answer, "Nothing specific." That was after 2 hours of testimony where he claimed that he was tied in knots about all the families that would lose their jobs. And then we asked Michael Wernick, the clerk of the Privy Council, who had been involved in all of the meetings and proceedings leading up to this interference, "What reports do you have to prove that 9,000 jobs would vanish?" Nothing in particular. All of this aroused suspicion that the jobs claim was a bunch of nonsense. Suspicion that is supported by a lot of evidence. Let me lay out that evidence. One, the company has the 5 biggest construction projects in Canada now, worth $52 billion. I want to offer a little bit of a hint about how construction jobs work for our friends across the way. They have to be done where the construction project is. So, for example, in Ottawa, SNC-Lavalin has been retained to build the North-South Mass Transit Project, $600 million project. It lays track from near downtown Ottawa all the way out deep into the south end of the city. They cannot build rail in Beijing or London, England, and drop it from a helicopter onto the nation's capital. They have to build it in the city. And the same is true with all construction projects that SNC-Lavalin is doing in this country. The second claim regarding jobs the government makes is that, well, if the company gets convicted, they'll lose all access to federal contracts. Well, we now know that's not true, because the public procurement minister is already making revisions to the procurement policy allowing convicted corporate criminals to continue to bid if they get an exemption. Wow. SNC-Lavalin has already earned such an exemption, or at least been granted one, early in the days of the Liberal government. In fact, it was one of the very first acts that this Liberal government rushed to take. Exactly. In December of 2015, the company, which had been banned from federal bidding after being charged with fraud and bribery, was then given an exception by this government to continue bidding, and they plan to do exactly the same thing even if a conviction occurs. In other words, if they're just worried about protecting the bidding opportunities for federal projects, then they can do that without preventing the trial from going ahead. So that is a fallacious excuse as well. Next, they said the Prime Minister told the Attorney General that this is back in September, that if she did not immediately shelve the charges into SNC-Lavalin's corruption, the company would move its headquarters to London, England. He made that claim twice in that meeting. The clerk of the Privy Council also made that claim in that meeting. The chief of staff to the finance minister would go to staff members of the Attorney General and say the same thing. He said, Ben Chen said, that the announcement of a headquarters move could happen within days, and we needed to prevent it because there was a Quebec election going on. That seemed mighty suspicious, because a little bit of research on Dr. Google would prove that moving the SNC headquarters is impossible. A $1.5 billion loan agreement between the company and the Quebec Pension Plan requires that the headquarters stay there until the year 2024, another half-decade. The company just signed a 20-year lease on its headquarters there and is in the process of spending millions of dollars to renovate specifically for the purpose of accommodating its 2,000 employees in that city. So it's not only contractually impossible, it's physically unbelievable that the company would leave. And today, if you don't take any of that as sufficient enough proof, today, the CEO of SNC-Lavalin made clear that that was not going to happen. In fact, he was asked, well, where did this come from? And he said, I don't know how people get ideas like that in their head. That was his quote today. But only the Prime Minister knows how he got that idea in his head. Now, today, he denied ever making the headquarters claim. Unfortunately, this is the problem. When you don't tell the truth, it becomes very difficult to keep track of your story. Unfortunately for him, we have him on tape, claiming that SNC will leave Canada altogether if it's convicted of fraud and bribery. He said it in his famous non-apology press conference, there where he repeated that false claim that he had earlier said to the Attorney General, so we know that he was going around stating that falsehood. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is bad enough that the Prime Minister of Canada faces allegations of interfering with a criminal prosecution to get charges set aside. But this scandal reaches a whole new level of criminal culpability if the Prime Minister or anyone around him deliberately stated a falsehood to a law officer in order to shelve criminal charges. It is an offense under Section 139 of the Criminal Code to obstruct, pervert, or defeat the course of justice. Lying to a law officer to get her to set aside charges would obstruct, pervert, and defeat the course of justice. Now, it is possible that during her testimony, the former AG did not realize that that falsehood had been stated, but had been stated to her and that it was not true. But these are the questions we need answered, and that's why we need to end the cover-up, let the former Attorney General complete her testimony, and proceed with an investigation at the Ethics Committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Carleton for starting off this debate, and it's an important one, but I want to clarify a couple of things. In the 4 hours of testimony that was given by the former Attorney General before the Justice Committee, what she stated is that she stated that the Prime Minister told her this was her decision to take. She said specifically that it was appropriate to discuss job impacts. She said that nothing that transpired was unlawful, nor was anything criminal. And I want to return to the point where she said it was appropriate to discuss job impacts, because the member from Carleton has said it on repeated occasions in this House, questioning about why jobs are being considered in this context. And what I'm talking about here is actually referring back to the statute, because the statute should actually ground our analysis of what we're talking about here. And 715.31 of the Criminal Code in subsection F says the purpose of the statute is to reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for persons, namely employees, customers, pensioners, and others. Does the member from Carleton agree that when you cite employees in the statute, it gives the legitimacy to make appropriate inquiries about job impacts?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Except there were no job impacts.
That's right.
The reality is that the company isn't going anywhere. They're required to stay in Montreal under a loan agreement with the Quebec Pension Plan. As I said, they just renovated their office there, signed a 20-year lease. All of their construction projects in Canada require them to keep their employees doing that work here in Canada. And today, the CEO of SNC-Lavalin said first that he never claimed 9,000 jobs would vanish. At the very worst, he says those workers will continue working in Canada for other companies. That's at the very worst. And secondly, that the headquarters isn't going anywhere, and he doesn't know where anyone would have got that idea. So he can parse legal language all he wants, even if it were legal for the Attorney General to consider job impacts. There are no job impacts to consider.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Carleton for his speech. You know, at the heart of this matter is the notion of prosecutorial independence. This is really the crux of the issue here. And I feel like through this whole sordid affair, we've finally been able to lift the curtain and have a peek at the inner workings of the PMO. You know, the heart of the matter is that the Director of Public Prosecutions, who had all of the evidence of the company's wrongdoings before her, made a decision. She is entitled to make that decision. The Attorney General agreed that that was final. And what the Liberals seem to be advocating for or supporting is that it's okay to apply political pressure on the independence of our top prosecutor. I would just like the member for Carleton to explain to this House, and indeed to Canadians, how dangerous of a precedent that would be for this country, and how prosecutorial independence must be protected at all costs.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
To answer that question, Madam Speaker, I ask you to imagine a world in which a Prime Minister is able to interfere in criminal prosecutions to have charges set aside. Imagine if that were a regular occurrence. If powerful people accused of crimes could knock on the door of the PMO and say, "Can you help me get this dropped?" And then the Prime Minister picked up the phone or met in person with the Attorney General and said, "Make it happen." What kind of world would we live in if that's how justice is administered? Why would we even have a prosecutor, or a judge for that matter, if prime ministers and other politicians have the ability to shelve charges? It's a massive concept. Like, it's just mind-boggling that he thought it was okay. He and his team contacted her 20 times. She documented it. She said there were veiled threats. She was hounded, in her words. She compared it to the Saturday Night Massacre, Richard Nixon, which is a reference to Richard Nixon's firings to cover up Watergate. Right. Yep. This isn't a conservative spewing these allegations. This is the former Liberal Attorney General appointed by the Prime Minister. That is incredibly serious. And while he tried to shut down a criminal trial earlier, Now he's trying to shut down an investigation of it today. We won't let him. We are convening the Ethics Committee. It's beginning its investigation. He better show up and answer some questions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is about a Prime Minister who wanted to do a favour for a friend. He wanted to do a favour in the form of allowing them off the hook. In order to do this favour for his friends, he needed to first strong-arm the Attorney General into doing the dirty work for him. You see, she stood in his way between the action of justice and the action of injustice, the action of maintaining integrity and the action of polluting our justice system. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General faithfully stood in that passageway and she resisted the strong-arming movements of the Prime Minister, his attempt to manipulate her, to facilitate his desire rather than uphold justice. Now, we are talking about the Prime Minister of Canada. This is a leader on the world stage. This is an individual in whom Canadians have placed a great deal of trust. Madam Speaker, this is an individual in whom we have placed the responsibility of guiding our country. And instead of stewarding this place of trust and responsibility, he has actually abused his position of power. So why should Canadians care? They should care because Trudeau, when he ran for election, the Prime Minister made a series of promises, and they were right promises, Madam Speaker. He said that we needed to be open and honest, and he promised that his government would do that. The Prime Minister promised that he would let the light shine in, that he would be more open, more transparent. He said, and I quote, "It is important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them." At another time, he said this, actually in the Attorney General's mandate letter as the Justice Minister. He said to her, "I expect you to ensure that our initiatives respect the Constitution of Canada, that they respect court decisions and are in keeping with our proudest legal traditions." He went on to say, "We have committed to an open, honest government that is accountable to Canadians, lives up to the highest ethical standards, and applies the utmost care and prudence in the handling of public funds. I, the Prime Minister, expect you to embody these values in your work and observe the highest ethical standards in everything you do." The Prime Minister asked his Attorney General to abide by these principles. She did. He did not. Now she is the one that is being silenced. The Prime Minister also said during his election run, he said this, "Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways. This is what positive politics can do." So, Madam Speaker, those of us here on the side of opposition are asking the Prime Minister to abide by his words. Sunny ways. Why aren't we allowing the sun to shine in? Why are we not allowing the details to come forward? Why are we not giving the former Attorney General of Canada the opportunity to share her story? Madam Speaker, this matters to Canadians because in the same way that they have the opportunity, I dare say the privilege, to elect their officials, they also have the responsibility to hold them accountable. Now, of course, those of us on the side of opposition share that responsibility with Canadians. We too will hold this government to account. We too will in fact insist that the truth be told, which to date it has not been. So let's look more closely at what happened, and to do so, let us look at a number of voices that have been shared. Starting with the former Attorney General herself. She said this. She said, "For a period of time, approximately 4 months between September and December 2018, that she experienced consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role as the Attorney General of Canada in an inappropriate effort to secure a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin. She went on to talk about multiple phone calls, multiple emails, multiple text messages, multiple meetings that were held to try to pressure her. Madam Speaker, she goes on to talk about veiled threats that were issued toward her. Now, this all came out during her initial testimony to the committee. She also said, she stressed she said that the Prime Minister stressed that there was an election taking place in Quebec, and therefore she needed to do this. She needed to do the Prime Minister's dirty work. Interesting. What we have here is a case of sustained and inappropriate pressure. We have an issue an issue where the Prime Minister actually bullied the former Attorney General into trying to persuade her or get her to do his dirty work. As a result, then, we know that the former Attorney General got fired from her post as the Attorney General and moved into a different cabinet post and then eventually resigned from there. Now, the Prime Minister would try to convince Canadians that two different experiences were had, that her interpretation is simply wrong. But, Madam Speaker, why will we not legitimize her voice? Is this not what the Prime Minister has advocated for all this time? That we would listen to the women among us. In particular, I would hope that we would listen to the former Attorney General of Canada, which I might add is the very first Indigenous female Attorney General that this country has seen. Why would we not listen to her voice? Why would we not give it weight? Now, the Prime Minister, that didn't work, and so he decided that he would try another excuse, and that was, he said, well, it has to do with jobs. It has to do with protecting 9,000 jobs that exist within this company, SNC-Lavalin. But we know now that that's not true either. The CEO of the company actually has come forward and said that's not the case at all. He actually never said that to the Prime Minister. Well, that's one voice then, the Attorney General of Canada, and of course the Prime Minister has tried to squash her voice. So out came another voice, and that is the voice of Gerald Butts, the Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister. His voice said, "I quit." He walked out. Interesting. Then came another voice, the voice of the Honourable member, the President of the Treasury Board, and she too said, "I resign." But she wrote a letter with her resignation, and in her letter she said this. She said, "The solemn principles at stake are the independence and integrity of our justice system. It is a fundamental doctrine of the rule of law that our Attorney General should not be subjected to political pressure or interference regarding the exercise of her prosecutorial discretion in criminal cases. Sadly," she goes on to say, "I have lost confidence in how the government has dealt with this matter and in how it has responded to the issues raised." She then finished her letter by saying there can be a cost to acting on one's principles, but there is a bigger cost to abandoning them. She couldn't be more correct. So now we have three voices in the mix. But then there was a fourth. The clerk of the Privy Council also tendered his resignation. Then the member of Whitby, just today, she also resigned. She resigned and shared her story of also being bullied by the Prime Minister. She shared a story of the Prime Minister calling her up and yelling at her over the phone. In fact, so loudly that her husband could overhear the entire conversation. Madam Speaker, this does not speak of a Prime Minister who deeply cares about wanting to serve his country. This does not speak well of a Prime Minister claiming to be a feminist. Madam Speaker, let's look at this. He has 3 female members who have all resigned from their posts, who have left, who have shed light on the fact that this Prime Minister has mistreated them. Let's look at another set of voices, shall we? Let's look at the media. They have said it's fair to say it's a constitutional crisis. A former judge said that in an article. The former Ontario Attorney General said it opens the door to prosecuting enemies of the government and giving immunity to its friends, which is despotic. The Toronto Star said it is going to be impossible to look at Justin Trudeau's government the same way again. And the National Post said it sounded and felt like a death knell for the Liberal government of Justin Trudeau. There is plenty of commentary out there.
The honourable member just mentioned the Prime Minister by name, so 10 seconds, so please wrap up.
Madam Speaker. These are a number of voices on the table, Madam Speaker. They have been heard, but there is one voice that is incomplete, and that is the voice of the former Attorney General. Today, we are asking that this place give permission for her to speak. In particular, we are asking that the Prime Minister lift the muzzle.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Lethbridge for contributions today and just point out a couple of clarifications before my question. The first is that, as an exception, only the fourth time in history since 1987, cabinet confidence was waived, and absolutely unprecedented solicitor-client privilege was waived to allow the former Attorney General to speak. That's first point. Secondly, when she actually spoke, she said, on the record, nothing that happened was unlawful, nothing that happened was criminal, and she said, in fact, that the state of our institutions and the rule of law is intact. I'm quoting. She said, quote, "I do not want members of this committee or Canadians to think that the integrity of our institutions has somehow evaporated. The integrity of our justice system, the integrity of the Director of Public Prosecutions and prosecutors is intact," end quote. That's the former Attorney General. Given that evidence, and given that there's a desire from the opposition to actually get to the root of the matter, I put it to the member opposite that the Ethics Commissioner is doing an investigation where they have powers to summon witnesses, have them put under oath, given evidence, and producing documents. In this manner, they have the same powers as a court of record. Isn't that the best venue for seeking the actual answers that the opposition clamors in this case?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
In her letter written on March 14th, the former Attorney General said this. She said, "These matters are still unfolding and further clarity and information is needed. As in other places around the globe, our democratic institutions and norms, including the rule of law and prosecutorial independence, are under pressure. Collectively and as individuals, we are challenged, therefore, to respond." She went on to say, but you were paying attention, or she went on to then say that there is more to be shared, that there is more to her testimony, that there is more that happened after she stepped down as the Attorney General of Canada. Madam Speaker, she's asked for permission to share the remainder of her testimony, and the Prime Minister is refusing her the opportunity to do so. Now, the Justice Committee has brought forward multiple motions asking that the former Attorney General of Canada be allowed to speak. And the Justice Committee, the Liberal members of the Justice Committee, have shut them down over and over and over again. So to answer the opposite member's question, is it the most appropriate place to hear? Sure. So why don't they let her speak?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wish I could say it was a pleasure to join this debate, but there's nothing that gives me pleasure in watching a government who's actually performing quite a rare feat, because oftentimes with a political scandal, we can watch the scandal unfold as this one has over a number of weeks, and the original sin becomes eclipsed by the actions that follow the original sin. And Canadians don't like the cover-up. They don't like the lies heaped upon lies. This government's accomplished something where the original sin and the cover-up of that sin might be equally detrimental to people's faith in politics and certainly their faith in this Prime Minister. My question for my friend is very specific. First of all, cabinet confidentiality has been waived a number of times in Canadian history. So the Liberals pulling a muscle, patting themselves on the back for the partial allowance of the former Attorney General to speak deserves little credit. They just now claimed, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice claimed that the stature of our justice system remains strong. Well, that's not for a lack of effort from this Prime Minister and his office to undermine the independence of our judiciary. My question to my friend is this. If the former Attorney General had succumbed to that sustained pressure that she talked about and inappropriate that she also talked about, what would be the effect on the independence of our courts and the ability of Canadians to believe that there is one set of laws for all people, not one for everyone and one for the well and well-connected?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I think that's exactly what's at stake here. We have the Prime Minister of Canada who tried to strong-arm the former Attorney General of Canada into giving special favors or administering special favors to the Prime Minister's friends, SNC-Lavalin. If we were to give in to a system like this, if the former Attorney General of Canada had given in to the Prime Minister's demands, it would result in a justice system that is forever compromised. A justice system where there would be one set of rules for the wealthy, the rich, the powerful, powerful, the elite, and then there would be another set of rules for those who do not fit within that category. Madam Speaker, that is not the Canada in which we live, nor is it the Canada in which we should want to live. And so I commend the former Attorney General for taking the stand that she did, and I do believe that she should be given every opportunity to speak her truth.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to wish everyone a good Francophonie Day. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to rise and speak about cabinet confidence and a solicitor-client privilege in a government contents. I'd like to begin by talking about the important work of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to date.
It's held to date 11 meetings on the subject of remediation agreements, the Shawcross Doctrine, and the discussions between the Office of the Attorney General of Canada and government colleagues. The committee heard from 10 different witnesses over the course of approximately 13 hours. On February 21st, that committee heard from the current Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, as well as the Deputy Minister of Justice and Deputy Attorney General of Canada, Madame Nathalie Drouin, for an hour and 20 minutes, as well as from the Clerk of the Privy Council at the time, Mr. Michael Wernick, for an hour and a half. On the 25th of February, a few days subsequent, they heard from Ms. Mary Condon, the Interim Dean of the Osgoode Hall Law School, Maxime Saint-Hilaire, the Associate Professor at the Faculty of Law of the University of Sherbrooke, Ms. Wendy Berman, a lawyer and partner at Castles, Brock & Blackwell, LLP, Kenneth Jull, a lawyer at Gardner Roberts, and academic Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, Senior Associate Counsel at Woodward & Company, LLP, and a professor at the Peter Allard School of Law at the University of British Columbia, over the course of a period of about 2.5 hours. 2 days subsequent to that, on the 27th of February, the Standing Committee on Justice heard from the former Attorney General for a period of almost 4 hours as a result of an unprecedented waiver that was issued by the Prime Minister. The exceptional waiver that addressed cabinet confidentiality, solicitor-client privilege, and any other duty of confidentiality to the extent that they were applicable. Madam Speaker, that waiver was indeed exceptional. Since 1987, there have been only 4 instances where cabinet confidence was waived, and none of those cases, absolutely none, included a waiver of solicitor-client privilege. The waiver was broad in scope, such that no witness was prevented from providing evidence relating to any relevant information during the period covered by the waiver, which was the focus of the committee's review. As well, in response to this waiver, on the 6th of March, the committee heard from the former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Gerald Butts, for 2.5 hours, in addition to recalling Madame Drouin and Mr. Wernick, who also appeared for approximately 2.5 hours. On Tuesday, Liberal members of the committee sent a letter to the committee chair indicating that they have achieved their objectives with respect to these meetings. They expressed that following the testimony of all witnesses, they believed that all rules and laws were followed and that Canadians now have the necessary information to arrive at their own individual conclusions. Yesterday, the committee adopted a motion to move on to a study of how to amend the Canada Human Rights Act to stem the, quote, propagation of hateful acts and incitement of hate, end quote. In my opinion, the committee's timing could not be better. That is in light of the tragic events that unfolded in Christchurch, New Zealand of last Friday, which bared an eerie resemblance to the tragic events of January 29, 2017 at the Masjid in Quebec City. As the Prime Minister said on Tuesday in response to the horrific acts in Christchurch, New Zealand, when he stated in this chamber, quote, as leaders, as privileged few with power and an audience, we have a responsibility to do something. This responsibility is not negotiable. It's not to be waived when it's politically convenient. We have to chase out this hatred from our parties. We have to fight it online, denounce it at town halls, push back when it reaches our front door. We can take a stand here and now, in Canada and around the world, to say that enough is enough, that the days of spewing hatred and inciting violence without consequence are over. We must counter this hatred, and together we will. As a Muslim Canadian member of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, I thought those are some of the most important words that have been spoken in this chamber since I was privileged enough to become a member. The committee continues to do important work, the Justice Committee, and I look forward to their report on the propagation of hateful acts and the incitement of hate. Madam Speaker, we also know that the Ethics Commissioner is conducting an investigation into this matter, and that investigation is ongoing. And on March 18th, the Prime Minister announced the appointment of a special advisor to examine the position of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General and to make recommendations to the Prime Minister by June the 30th of this year regarding whether any legislative changes may or may not be recommended. That's insofar as the important issue that has surfaced during the context of these hearings with respect to what's called the Shawcross Doctrine and the notion of potentially dividing the roles among two separate individuals, the roles of Attorney General as compared to the role of Minister of Justice. As the Prime Minister has stated, Madam Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve to have faith in their institutions and the people who serve within them. I'm confident that the study by the Special Advisor, as well as the investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, will be thoroughly and fairly conducted and will provide Canadians with the additional answers and information that they seek. I would now like to turn to, Madam Speaker, the concepts of cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege. As all of us in this chamber know, Madam Speaker, the Canadian governmental system is based on a cabinet system. Cabinet consists of ministers acting in the name of...
I have a point of order.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage on a point of order. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Parliament's responses to order paper questions 2192, 2211, and a revised response to question 1720. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the Minister of Heritage. Madam Speaker, as I was indicating, the Canadian governmental system is based on a cabinet system, as members well know. Cabinet consists of ministers acting in the name of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and establishes the federal government's policies and priorities for the country. Cabinet ministers are collectively responsible for all actions taken by the Cabinet and must publicly support all Cabinet decisions. In order to reach final decisions, ministers must be able to express their views freely and openly during the discussions that are held in Cabinet. That level of candor is critical to their deliberations. To allow the exchange of views at the Cabinet table to be disclosed publicly would result in the erosion of the collective responsibility of ministers and their ability to execute that important function. As a result, Madam Speaker, the collective decision-making process has traditionally been protected by the rule of confidentiality, which upholds the principle of collective responsibility and enables ministers to engage in full, frank, honest, and direct discussions necessary for the effective functioning of a cabinet system of government. This is not just the words I'm reading into the record, Madam Speaker. This has actually been opined on and observed by the Supreme Court of Canada, recognizing that cabinet confidences and cabinet confidentiality is actually essential to good government in Canada. In the decision of Babcock versus the Attorney General in 2002, at paragraph 18, the court explained, and I quote, "The process of democratic governance works best when cabinet members charged with government policy and decision-making are free to express themselves around the cabinet table unreservedly." Madam Speaker, unreservedly is the statement that was made by the Supreme Court of Canada. Madam Speaker, to preserve this rule of confidentiality, subsection 70 sub 1 of the Privacy Act provides that the Act does not actually apply to confidences of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. Subsection 70 sub 2 of the Privacy Act indicates that cabinet confidence applies to the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, committees of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, Cabinet, and committees of Cabinet. And committees of Cabinet include standing committees, ad hoc committees, and any other committees of ministers. In addition, Madam Speaker, meetings or discussions between ministers can result in the creation of records that are themselves also cabinet confidences, provided that the discussions concerning the making of government decisions or the formulation of government policy. So what is a cabinet confidence, Madam Speaker? Well, they're defined in the Act itself as information contained in 6 types of documents that are described in 71 sub A through sub F of the privacy legislation. The 6 types of documents do not constitute an exhaustive list, but rather provide a series of examples of records that are considered cabinet confidences. These include les notes, l'alinéa sur
Line 17(1)A stipulates that the law does not apply to documents to be submitted for recommendations to Cabinet. The content of the document are determinant factors and not the title. These briefs are also confidential documents. For example, a draft briefing written with the objective of submitting proposals to the Cabinet is also confidential. Also, the final briefing is also confidential, even if it was not presented to the Cabinet. A document annexed to a Cabinet document may not necessarily be confidential. It depends on the objective of the document and its intent. The second category are working documents. Subsection 17(1)B stipulates that the law does not apply to working documents for presenting problems. They present political options. This system was modified in 1984, and we stopped creating these working documents. So subsection 117(1)B is no longer mentioned for documents, cabinet documents created after this date. In the decision of Canada versus the Information Minister, it's a decision from 2003, Madam Speaker. The Federal Appeals Court concluded that documents and briefs of the Cabinet and information documents for ministers are equivalent to what was previously found in working documents presenting problems and political analysis that are appendixed or annexed to a document. These are also treated in the same way as if they were found in a working document. There's a third category, Madam Speaker, orders of days and deliberation documents or cabinet decision documents. Subsection 17(1)C stipulates that the law does not apply to orders of the day and to minutes of its decisions. This category of documents covers cabinet meetings and committee meetings and includes the orders of the day, the minutes, and the decisions made during these meetings. Madam Speaker, this category includes draft documents and informal notes that public servants take during cabinet meetings or during committee meetings. We have to distinguish from the texts of official minutes and those of cabinet decision documents. The official summary of the cabinet decision is official, and it is excluded from the law for 20 years. The substance of the decision can be disclosed to the public if a minister receives the approval of the cabinet, if he deems appropriate to do so.
Category: records of communications between ministers. Paragraph 70 sub 1 sub D of the Act excludes from the application of the Act any information contained in records used for or reflecting communications or discussions between ministers of the Crown on matters related to the making of government decisions or the formulation of government policy. A fifth category, again stipulated in the Act, records to brief ministers. Paragraph 70 sub 1 sub E of the statute excludes from the application of the Act any information contained in records the purpose of which is to brief ministers of the Crown in relation to matters that are before or are proposed to be brought before the Cabinet. This paragraph also excludes information in records, the purpose of which is to brief ministers in relation to matters that are the subject of communications or discussions between ministers concerning the making of government decisions or the formulation of government policy. Madam Speaker, a sixth category is draft legislation. Paragraph 70, sub 1, sub f excludes any information contained in draft legislation from the application of the Act. It is not relevant whether the legislation was ever, in fact, introduced into the House of Commons or the Senate, or indeed even seen by Cabinet. It still remains a Cabinet confidence, showing to you the importance of the confidentiality principle. Madam Speaker, time limits. The operation of Section 70 sub 1 is subject to certain time limits set out in Section 70 sub 3 of the Act. Pursuant to paragraph 70 sub 3 sub a, confidences that have been in existence for more than 20 years cannot be excluded under 70 sub 1 of the Act. After that time period, information in the record becomes subject to the Act and may be released subject to any otherwise applicable exemptions. So pursuant to 70 sub 3 sub b, discussion papers are no longer excluded from the application of the Act if the decision to which the discussion papers relate have been made public, or if the decisions have not been made public, 4 years have passed since the decisions were actually made. Madam Speaker, returning to solicitor-client privilege. As we have already discussed, confidentiality in the communication between a solicitor and client is premised on the notion that if the consultation between the client and the solicitor could not be kept confidential, then clients might be less inclined to be forthcoming with their lawyers, thus reducing the quality of the advice that a lawyer could give. Madam Speaker, as one of the many lawyers who find a place in this chamber, we cannot overstate how important this principle is to the functioning of the legal system in this country, and the importance of the legal system in this country, something that is critical to all parties in this chamber. What is important to underscore is that much like the necessity for having frank and open and honest discussions around the Cabinet table, frank and open discussions between a lawyer and their client are absolutely pivotal to the operations of the legal system and the justice system as it unfolds, whether that's in the civil context or in the criminal context. In Canada, over the last few decades, solicitor-client privilege, because it is so important, has evolved from a mere rule of evidence to a substantive rule of law, as well as a principle of fundamental justice within the meaning of Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Supreme Court of Canada itself has described solicitor-client privilege as, quote, a principle of fundamental justice and civil right of supreme importance in Canadian law, end quote. En raison de son importance.
Because of its importance, the court has often declared that solicitor-client privilege is only compromised when absolutely necessary. It has to remain absolute as possible, with a few exceptions. The Supreme Court has adopted strict standards to ensure the protection of this privilege. Any information between a solicitor and his client has to remain confidential. It is a privilege, and the privileged nature of a document or of the information it contains, it doesn't depend on its category, but on its content and what it reveal about the communication between a client and his solicitor. All communications between a solicitor and his client are directly related to the request, and the case are protected, even if it's part of ongoing communication or a communication continuum during which a lawyer provides advice.
More elevated than that enjoyed by almost any other recognized privilege, given the central role it plays in the effective operation of our legal system. It is in the public interest that the free flow of legal advice between lawyer and client be encouraged and protected, as noted by the Supreme Court in the 2008 Blood Tribe decision. Quote, without it, access to justice and the quality of justice in this country would be severely compromised. Madam Speaker, we have said many times solicitor-client privilege is an important part of the Canadian legal system, and it should only be waived in appropriate circumstances. That being said, in order to facilitate the ongoing work of the ongoing investigations, we announced an unprecedented waiver to fully sweep away the obstacles. As I've explained, that exceptional waiver addresses cabinet confidence, solicitor-client privilege, and any other duty of confidentiality to the extent that they apply. This has enabled any person who engaged in discussions on this matter to fully participate in the committee process. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the effort of my friend to get us into the technicalities of cabinet confidence. It was another effort, I suppose, to do what the Liberals have been doing so aggressively, which is to change the channel. But in his remarks, he did talk about the Ethics Commissioner. And I wanted to ask, through you, Madam Speaker, a question to him about that. Is he aware that Section 44, Sub 7 of the Conflict of Interest Act, under which the Ethics Commissioner has jurisdiction to deal with reports, requires that the report be provided in the House by the Commissioner? Sadly, the Commissioner is on an extended medical leave. Therefore, is it, in his opinion, legally possible for the Commissioner to make a report, because the Act doesn't contemplate an interim Commissioner appointed by OIC, or otherwise the question is, could this be done if they wanted to?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member from Victoria for his contributions today and his work over many years at the Justice Committee. In terms of the question that he's raised, what we do know about the Ethics Commissioner's investigation is that they have powers, significant powers, to summon witnesses, to require them to give evidence orally in writing, under oath, to produce documents, and in this regard they have the same powers as a court of record in civil cases. With respect to the medical leave of absence that the current Commissioner is on, and Section 44 Sub 7, as was previously cited, I will undertake to get back to the member on that important question, but it should not impede the continuity of the investigation. It's not germane to the identity of one individual. The Ethics Commissioner's office is the one doing the investigation, and the Ethics Commissioner's office should be empowered to provide the report to the Chamber if that's what the Act stipulates.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
My first chance to rise on this matter of supply today. I had hoped to put some of these questions to my Conservative colleagues. There must be more answers in this question, and to my honourable friend Parliamentary Secretary, I want to suggest to all of us here in this place that getting to the bottom of this is crucial, but we mustn't jump to conclusions. I'm keeping an open mind as to who was calling the shots. Who was it who asked the Clerk of the Privy Council to phone our former Attorney General at home and for an hour and a half threaten her, contents of a conversation he claimed he couldn't remember because he wasn't wearing a wire? I want to suggest some other names to this place, names that haven't been mentioned. Gwyn Morgan was chair of the board of SNC-Lavalin through many periods in which they are now investigated for corporate crime and bribery. He was also chair of the board of governance. Questions at the time were raised about his role and what should have been known in good governance of SNC-Lavalin about the nearly $50 million which somehow got past their notice as a corporation. Easy to lose $50 million? I doubt it. They have the same auditor they had in the beginning. No changes. I mentioned Gwyn Morgan because he was a major contributor to the BC Liberal Party and Christy Clark. And Ben Chin, the first name mentioned in the 11 people who harassed and pressured our former Attorney General, was, of course, formerly at the right hand of Christy Clark. In other words, there are plausible trails of those who put pressure. There was the former Harper administration full engagement in promoting Arthur Porter to a place of honor, even though he was a co-conspirator with SNC-Lavalin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice.
So I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her contributions today and her contributions to this chamber generally. In terms of what she's raised about SNC and good governance issues, I think it's important that the record reflect that concerns about good governance of any corporate institution in this country are pivotal. And I think some of what's been lost in some of the discussions over the past several weeks on this matter have failed to address or note that even in the context of pursuing remediation agreements, corporate governance and good governance is central. In the legislation at 715.34, it talks about, in subsection 1, that any remediation agreement that might be pursued requires an agreed statement of facts, an admission of responsibility, a forfeiture of any benefits, restitution for victims, and a payment of a penalty. That's the kind of good governance that all Canadians seek, that all parliamentarians seek in this context. With respect to the specific names, I have no knowledge of those individuals or their roles that may have been played in this context.
Some comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I wanted to clarify something that seems to be a subject of some debate. Before our committee, all of the relevant witnesses as to the facts spoke under exactly the same order in council. All of them had the same waiver of solicitor-client privilege, and all of them had the same waiver of cabinet confidence. No witness that came before the committee spoke to the period following the date that the honourable member for Vancouver-Granville became the Minister of Veterans Affairs. And so our committee study, Madam Speaker, was on the subject of the interactions between the Office of the Attorney General and other government officials. And the issue that we were looking at was whether or not the former member, the former Attorney General, was pressured in her role as Attorney General in order to reach a remediation agreement with SNC-Lavalin. So my question, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague is it possible that after she became Veterans Affairs Minister, that someone could be pressured to enter into a remediation agreement with SNC-Lavalin?
The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary, sorry.
So the answer to that, and it's an erudite, tight question, the answer to that is no. It is not possible pursuant to the law. The only one who has the power to enter into a litigation decision is the Attorney General of Canada at the time. They can either take control of a particular piece of litigation or issue a litigation directive pursuant to the governing legislation. That's the Attorney General only. I think what's important to outline as well in response to a further, and I thank the member for his stewardship of the Justice Committee and for the important decision they've just taken to pursue a study of online hate. But in further clarification to a member that was question posed by the member from Victoria, the actual issue of the medical leave was not established as permanent, so the question he put to me with respect to Section 44 of the Conflict of Interest Act is actually hypothetical.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Parliamentary Secretary talked about the work that the committee had done, including the witnesses who had appeared before the committee. And while some of the witnesses that members of the opposition had requested did appear, others have not been allowed to appear. And we have requested that the former Attorney General return, and that was not the case. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary referenced former Judge Turpel-Lafont appearing before the committee, and he also referenced the Shawcross Doctrine. And so I just want to pull a quote from former Judge Turpel-Lafont, and that's that I think it's fairly flimsy foundation as lawful authority in respect of the Shawcross Doctrine. So my question through you to the Parliamentary Secretary is, knowing that the grounds by which the former Attorney General was approached have been identified as fairly flimsy, and seeing with the Mark Norman case that this government is not afraid to prosecute people for stepping outside of cabinet confidence, does he think that the order in council is sufficient, and why won't he let the former Attorney General speak?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I think taking the unprecedented step of waiving solicitor-client privilege was important, and it demonstrates respect for transparency and openness in this matter that has been rightfully raised by many parties in this House in terms of what exactly transpired. I think the discussion about the Shawcross Doctrine is equally important. And my response to the member opposite, and again I congratulate him on his election and also on participating in the Justice Committee to date, is that the important thing is that the Justice Committee has shone the light on a very pressing issue, and that's an issue that's bearing further study as to whether the role of Attorney General and Minister of Justice should remain fused as it has for 152 years now since Confederation, or whether it should be separated. That's exactly what the Special Advisor is looking at, because it bears further scrutiny.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Rare chance for a follow-up. To my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, unfamiliar with Gwyn Morgan. He was the person that you may recall Stephen Harper attempted to appoint as chair of the Public Appointments Commission process. The interviews about that process ended the process of having parliamentary committees interview prospective candidates because when Morgan underwent a rough ride, his heavy support for the Conservative Party being raised as a reason that perhaps he shouldn't chair the Public Accounts Commission. I think it's entirely possible that the reasons that there is pressure not to have this go to open court is to protect the reputations of business leaders such as Mr. Morgan.
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, what I would say to the member opposite, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, is that I have no knowledge of that individual. That name has not surfaced thus far in any of the proceedings that I've been following. What I can say is that the issue of corporate governance is a critical one. It's one that we're looking at very closely. And in terms of the powers of a court, the ethics commissioner, pursuant to the powers that are entrenched in statute, actually has the same powers of a court, as I've articulated, with respect to summoning individuals, putting them under oath, and compelling documents and the production of documents.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be sharing my time today with the member from Timmins, James Bay, and I would like to thank him for his very important work on this particular issue and ongoing efforts to get to the truth for Canadians. I'd also like to give a nod to my colleague, the member from Victoria, for his excellent work on the justice file and the incredible level of competence and intelligence and compassion that he's brought to this entire affair over the past 6 weeks. I'm quite honored to be following in his footsteps as the justice critic for the NDP, and as always, very proud to stand as the member for Essex. So I rise to speak to the motion before us today to allow the member for Vancouver Granville to speak her whole truth. Liberals want Canadians to believe that she's already had her opportunity, and they keep repeating the lines that she's had 4 hours to have her say. And that's good enough for them. Well, the truth is not, that is not going to get us to the truth, Madam Speaker. The former Attorney General and Justice Minister has said herself, both here in this chamber, publicly to media, that she would like the opportunity to come back to the committee and would in fact be available at invitation. We now know that the committee has made the unprecedented move yesterday to vote to end the study and to shut down the testimony about allegations into political interference with the Attorney General. And that's really the heart of why we're here, Madam Speaker. I hear my Liberal colleagues wanting to make legal arguments around precedent-setting, expansion of what people can speak about in orders in council. We're here to talk about political interference. We're not here to talk about the Shawcross. We're not here to talk about a lot of the things that the Liberals are trying to change the channel on. And quite frankly, I think Canadians are getting dizzy from them changing the channel, and they're running out of channels, unfortunately. And yet again today, there was a new development, and we saw the CEO of SNC-Lavalin, who came out and blew apart the argument that has been put forward by Liberals, and in fact by the Prime Minister, that this is all about jobs, and that he's just trying to protect Canadian jobs. Well, today, the CEO of SNC-Lavalin stated that he never told the Prime Minister that jobs in Canada were in danger. What? He never said that. So the jobs argument is not based in fact, but in the Prime Minister trying to turn that channel and protect the only job that matters to him, and that's his own job, Madam Speaker. So on BNN Bloomberg, when he was asked about, the CEO was asked about whether he threatened to move the headquarters out of Montreal, he said, no. Yes. And the reporter asked, where did this issue come up from, that this was a possibility? The CEO responded, I don't know what people make up. So, Madam Speaker, once again, we're finding bombshell after bombshell come out in this case, where the Liberals don't want to get to the truth. And now we know that the jobs argument is completely false. That this is not the argument that was made by SNC-Lavalin at all. Yep. And the CEO has been quite public about that. So now the Prime Minister needs to answer to Canadians about why he's decided to bend the truth and create this false argument around jobs and trying to protect them, which is quite ironic given the fact that he's turned his back on 12,000 Sears workers, GM Oshawa workers, postal workers. The list goes on and on of the jobs that this Prime Minister won't protect or won't go and fight for. So back to what happened in this Justice Committee. And I can't speak specifically to it, of course, because it was in camera. It was behind closed doors. We attempted at an emergency meeting last week to have the conversation about Ms. Wilson, or pardon me, the member for Vancouver Granville, to come back to committee. And quite publicly, the Liberals used a crude tool to shut down debate under the guise that they needed time to think about it. They needed time to come back to committee. They hadn't had time to speak to each other. They wanted to look at all the possibilities. And then on the eve of the Justice Committee meeting this week, to be in camera, behind closed doors, they send a letter not to the committee members, but they send a letter to the media saying there's nothing to see here. They've already made up their mind. Canadians can make up their mind based on what they now know. That's enough. They don't need to know anymore. Well, it won't come as a surprise, Madam Speaker, that New Democrats fundamentally disagree with the moves and the behavior of the Liberals on the Justice Committee. You know, it was very clear to me in my new role on the Justice Committee that the members are more interested in damage control and protecting the Prime Minister than they are finding the truth. And that is what Canadians deserve. They flat out refuse to hear from the former AG again, upon multiple chances to have her come. And they've also refused to summon the majority of PMO staffers who are implicated by her testimony. So instead they voted just to move on, and they sent this letter on to the media, just basically saying there's nothing to see here. Madam Speaker, only 3 of the 11 people named by the former Attorney General have come to the committee. And we all know that Mr. Wernick actually came back again and had right of reply, something that Liberals are denying the former Attorney General from having the opportunity to do. So if she's seeking to have this right of reply, Madam Speaker, I mean, I can't fathom what it's like to be a Liberal sitting over on the benches with these members, and you're seeking to have your truth be told, and your colleagues are sitting around you saying, sorry, we can't let you. We're not going to let you. And it really speaks to the character, I think, of members of that particular caucus, Madam Speaker. So, who haven't we heard from? Katie Telford, Chief of Staff to the PMO. Elder Marquez, Matthew Bouchard, Jessica Prince, the Chief of Staff to the former Attorney General, and the Prime Minister himself. So all of these people who were named by the former Attorney General haven't had an opportunity to come and clear their names, because certainly some egregious things were said about them. So one would think that, again, the Prime Minister would want his own staff to have the opportunity to clear their own names, to come and state what actually happened in their opinion. And I, like the member who spoke earlier, I have reserved my judgment because I don't know. Canadians don't know what has happened here. The Liberals are gatekeeping on the truth and not allowing people who are involved in this scandal to come and speak. And so there couldn't be any stronger argument, Madam Speaker, than for a full, independent public inquiry than there is following all of these revelations that keep tumbling out into the front pages of newspapers across our country. And I think, too, Madam Speaker, that, there is this concept that the Liberals are trying to create, that there is nothing to see here. We've done unprecedented things. We've done everything that we can possibly do. Well, that argument in this House of Commons certainly isn't being accepted by the opposition members. And I'll tell you that it's not being accepted by Canadians either. Everywhere that I go in my riding, people are talking about what's happening. People want the former Attorney General to be able to have her other half of her story be told. And that's being denied to her by her own colleagues. And Canadians see that clearly. They want the truth to come out, and they deserve that truth to come out. And I've never been more assured that a public inquiry is necessary. I want to talk about fairness. The former Attorney General has publicly requested the opportunity to return to the committee, which we now know won't happen. Liberals, again, keep saying she's come, she's testified for 4 hours, but Canadians know that there were strict limits on the period of time that she could discuss, and she stated that over and over during her original testimony, that Quote, my narrative stops here. I must reiterate to the committee my concern outlined in a letter to the chair yesterday. That is that Order in Council 2019-0105 addresses only my time as Attorney General of Canada and therefore does nothing to release me from restrictions that apply to my communications while I proudly served as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, end quote. So she herself has expressed to her own colleagues she would like to come back. And despite their feminist rhetoric, the Prime Minister continues to actively silence her. And this is especially unfair given the Clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, was allowed to testify twice. Why is there one set of rules for powerful men in our country and another for women? The government claimed they would be different, but the proof is in the behavior of this Liberal government, and women across Canada are not fooled. There's a reason only 26% of us are sitting in this House, Madam Speaker, and it's not because it's created the climate in the ultimate halls of power here for women to be able to speak their truth. What's happened in this very, horrible display for Canadians is that Canadians now know that corporations can get into the office of the PMO, they can influence legislation, and the PMO is willing to allegedly pressure the former Attorney General to bend the rules for Liberals. Yeah. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve the truth, and it's time for Liberals to stop hiding it from them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Sorry.
As the person who holds that title, I'll respond. And thank you for the recognition. Through the chair to the member opposite, when I hear the arguments advanced by the other side, don't and disagree with some of them, don't attack the character of the individuals over the other side. I appreciate the principles and the points of law they raise, but I don't feel that same generosity spirit coming back. And I think it's important to try and rebuild the trust, because clearly that's clearly what's at stake here. But when I also hear them quoting articles selectively, it makes me understand why people might be reluctant to go in front of a committee, because their testimony is not being fairly reflected in the debate in this House. And for example, they cited the SNC-Lavalin executive today, who said very clearly he never spoke to the Prime Minister. But just as clearly said in the very same article, Bruce said that some of the 9,000 Canadian jobs in his company are in jeopardy without a resolution to the company's ongoing situation in Ottawa, that we're in a place here where it's not just about the 9,000 jobs at SNC-Lavalin, that there is a ricochet effect. You don't require a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing sometimes. Sometimes those analyses don't have to come through the CEO. They can come through caucus members, and they can come through the popular understanding of what this means. Why doesn't the NDP quote the full article when it quotes the record? And why, if they don't intend to quote the full record of all these sorts of articles, why would we trust them to quote the full testimony at the hearings?
The Honourable Member for Essex.
I find it rich that the Liberals are heckling for us to tell the truth, Madam Speaker. And I think Canadians will appreciate the irony in that, given the current situation that we're in. That was a quote from B&M Bloomberg from an interview. Those were direct quotes, and I appreciate that the member opposite needs to be an apologist for his government. But I will not do that, and that is not why I was sent here by Canadians. And what we need to get at is the truth. And I want to tell you that when women who stand up to their bosses are fired and silenced, Canadians will be outraged. And that is what has happened, or has allegedly happened here, Madam Speaker, and the reason why we need to get to the truth. So certainly I understand why Liberals want to change the channel. Liberals want some place to hide in this. The jobs argument has been blown apart today. And I'm sure that there will be other articles tomorrow on the front page of the paper about the CEO of SNC-Lavalin, who has now revealed that he did not tell the Prime Minister that jobs were at risk. He did not say that, and we heard the Prime Minister repeatedly stand in this House and say that that was the case.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Flamborough Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a tongue twister.
Madam Chair, in response to the question that was just raised, I want to quote a top anti-bribery official at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which, by the way, Canada is one of the founding members, says that Canadian government should not use the potential loss of jobs as a reason to shelve the criminal prosecution of Montreal engineering firm SNC-Lavalin. They've also, the anti-bribery working group has voiced very significant concern about the way this has been handled and about the fact that it should be an open and a transparent investigation. I wanted to ask the member if she feels that if the investigation has been open and transparent, and we can actually say that to the OECD, and how she feels about our reputation now coming into question by the OECD.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. You know, this scandal is jeopardizing Canada's international reputation. The OECD's Working Group on Bribery is investigating this affair, and it was prompted by the former Attorney General's testimony. We heard that they were ringing alarm bells based on what was happening, but they were reassured because Canadians were studying it at the Justice Committee, which has now been completely shut down. So any reassurance that the OECD and the global community had that Canada was taking this seriously has been completely removed. This is why a public independent inquiry now is completely necessary. How else do we prove to the globe that we're serious about addressing these allegations? That we are not just sweeping this under the rug. And I want to say that it is so serious, and Canadians certainly know that. The OECD knows that. The question is, why do the Liberals not seem to know this?
À l'ordre, conformément.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Employment. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagotte, physician-assisted dying.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a great honor to rise and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay. And what we are talking about today needs to be very much put in perspective, because the Liberals will present this as this kind of he said, she said. We had Jerry Butts try to present it like it was one of those episodes on Friends, you know, that maybe if he'd been a bit more sensitive at the time, if, you know, he'd allowed her to just speak more, she wouldn't have slammed the door on the way out. We had the Prime Minister do this ridiculous statement about, you know, being more compassionate in his cabinet. What we're talking about is the corrosive power of the 1%. That this Prime Minister has been willing to burn through his credibility, that people believed him in 2015 for openness, for reconciliation, for feminism, for doing politics differently, for showing us that it wasn't going to be the backroom politics of Stephen Harper or the cronyism of Jean Chrétien, but he's shown a willingness to give us the worst of both worlds, because it was about helping his friends at SNC-Lavalin. And he stood in this House day after day after day and told us it was about 9,000 jobs. And we now know that that was false, because we never saw the Prime Minister stand up for any jobs when they were Stelco workers or Sears workers or oil sands workers. But why not Stelco or Steel? Because their pensions were being given over to the family business of Murnau Chappell. This is about the power of the 1%. And now we have the OECD stating internationally that all the alarm bells are ringing over the interference by this Prime Minister in the international bribery case against SNC-Lavalin. And the Prime Minister's office just a few days ago responded to the OECD and promised him a robust, independent set of hearings. And that too was also a falsehood, because they shut down the Justice Committee hearings. Why? Because they are doing everything they can to protect the key people around the Prime Minister's office who interfered with and attempted to obstruct justice. And this is the fundamental issue that we have to talk about. Ben Chin, who's a public office holder, who still has his job, has not been brought forward to committee. But Ben Chin went to the former Attorney General and told her that she had to change direction and bring in this deferred public prosecution. Otherwise, he told her that, quote, SNC, they will leave Montreal, and it's the Quebec election right now. Well, we know now from SNC executives that they never said they were going to leave Montreal. So when a public office holder presents a lie in order to interfere with a public prosecution, that could be seen as obstruction. And that would certainly be something that we would expect the Justice Committee to care about, but they shut that down. We had the former clerk of the Privy Council, who's had to give up his position because of his role as a political actor, who went to the former Attorney General and said that there would be all the jobs lost, which we now know was false. To imagine the clerk of the Privy Council making this up in order to interfere with an independent prosecution is shocking. And then he also told her on September 17th that SNC was about to move out of Montreal, which we again now know SNC never said. So this was cooked up in the Prime Minister's office, a series of lies to intimidate the former Attorney General into cutting this deal. And she told him that they were on very, very thin ice, that this was a dangerous ground to be attempting to interfere in the prosecution. So no wonder the Justice Committee doesn't want this heard, because of the damaging, corrosive effect on the Prime Minister's credibility, because it was the judgments that he was making. That we have on December 5th, Jerry Butts saying that he didn't like the law. It was a Harper law that he could just somehow ignore it. And then he said, when she told him the former Attorney General was warning him about political interference, he says, we don't get through this without interference. Now, unfortunately, Jerry Butts has left, but Katie Telford's still there. And Katie Telford said she wasn't interested in the question of legalities. If we don't have people who care about the rule of law, they should not be anywhere near the exercise of legislative authority. And this is a question the Prime Minister needs to be asked. This is why the Justice Committee should have done its work, but they didn't, because they have become hand puppets of the Prime Minister's office and have disgraced their position and have left us now open with the OECD. What do we tell the OECD when Canada is willing to remove the Attorney General, that we have a Prime Minister who's willing to blow through the President of the Treasury Board, the former Attorney General, his Chief of Staff, the Clerk of the Privy Council, in order to push through a deferred public prosecution that the prosecutor said SNC was not eligible for. And to stand up day after day in the House, still suggesting that they're going to go through with this, that they got themselves a new Attorney General, and they're still talking about moving forward. And I find this fascinating. Just what is this Prime Minister willing to do to get this deferred public prosecution? He's burnt his bridges on reconciliation. He's burnt his bridges as the feminist MP Prime Minister. He's burnt his bridges with Canadians in terms of trust. But he is still doggedly pursuing the deferred public prosecution, even though the independent Office of the Public Prosecution had to set up a Twitter account and say that they had to remain independent. That is the issue that the OECD is concerned about. The OECD is saying, how is it you cannot have international rules of law where companies can go and bribe officials around the world? And SNC has been barred for 10 years by the World Bank for corrupt practices. But if they're going to be charged in their home jurisdiction, they can't just call into the Prime Minister's office and say, make it go away. And that's the issue here, which is why we have 5 former Attorney Generals asking for a police investigation into the actions of the Prime Minister's office. Why? Because former Attorney General for Ontario, Liberal Michael Bryan, said he had never seen such a brazen and reckless abuse of authority. So we need the former Attorney General to be able to speak, to respond certainly to the testimony of Gerald Butts, to explain what happened in the period when she was removed. We need those questions answered, and the Prime Minister needs to understand that his credibility is getting further and further eroded. And I heard the Liberal voice for the SNC scandal today tell us that they now have a special advisor. Oh my God, how do we explain to the OECD that the Prime Minister idea of a special advisor is to take someone off the Liberal fundraising circuit who's out raising money for the Liberal Party right now to come in and oversee this, and that will be a robust alternative to an independent all-party investigation. It doesn't cut it. And until we have all the participants in this case brought forward, until we have an opportunity to understand just how far the Prime Minister was willing to go to subvert the law, to obstruct justice, to have key staff like the Finance Minister and his staff who are interfering, until they are brought accountable, we will be seen by the OECD and other international bodies as some kind of backwoods crony kingdom for the Prime Minister and the small group around him to protect the CEOs of a company that are not eligible for the deferred public prosecution. And these CEOs have themselves said that the 9,000 jobs are not at risk. And I will close on this, Madam Speaker. Just before this case broke, we had all the senior Liberal cabinet ministers and all the senior people from all the officials participate in a special function with SNC Lavalin, who are the gatekeepers of the great privatization agenda of this government. The jobs we're talking about are public jobs. They're jobs that are done by civil servants. They're jobs that are done in municipalities. And we have this government, knowing that they were facing charges, hosting a major event with all key Liberal cabinet ministers in SNC. It shows that they never took the issue of the rule of law seriously for a single minute, and that is what has damaged this Prime Minister's credibility, and this is what's going to drag the Prime Minister down until he comes clean with Canadians about the interference and obstruction in his office.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about accountability and trustworthiness and so forth that the member alluded to a great deal. Let me quote something, and this comes actually from the Canadian press. The Federal Court of Appeal says it can't intervene in a case where more than 6 NDP MPs were ordered to repay $2.7 million in expenses the House of Commons says was actually for partisan purposes. Madam Speaker, that's being very kind. I was here when the NDP, including their previous leader, stole from Canadians. Madam Speaker, and that was the bottom line. So I'm wondering if my friend, who seems to be so focused on integrity and every time he stands up, virtually from day one in 2015, talking about integrity and accountability, yet the NDP continue to want to deny that they broke the law when in fact they did. Will he admit that maybe that the NDP should be paying back those tax dollars?
I do want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary to choose his words wisely when he's speaking in the House, and would hope that he would take back the word that he had mentioned that he very well knows isn't allowed in the House.
Madam Speaker, without reservation, I would take back the word stolen.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, it's not often that I cross the chair here, but I'm very surprised you would ask him to use wise words. This is the Ezra Levant of the Liberal Party, so I'm never surprised at what he comes up with. And I always know that when he goes there, they really are now scrambling. They are now in the deep, deep waters. So I just asked my friend, why doesn't he write a letter to the OECD and say, you know what, it's not that we were involved in interfering in an international bribery investigation. It was the bad NDP who 6 years ago did something we didn't like. That's the kind of thing that makes people realize that this government is in deep, deep, deep water, because they can't answer. They shut down committees. They will not allow the former Attorney General to testify. And heck, they've lost a number of cabinet ministers. They lost another backbencher today. I would say he needs to really look and try and start doing the healing in his own benches.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We watched as the new Prime Minister chose his cabinet, and he got up and defended his Attorney General because he had full confidence in this Attorney General. Yep. He knew that she was the one that the Liberal government wanted as their Attorney General. But he found out that that Attorney General didn't simply hearken to every word that was inappropriate to him. She stood her ground. And to my colleague who gave his speech, the issue with the former Attorney General standing her ground and coming to the Justice Committee, now the Liberal government backed away from it. Now, I just want to, he talked about the 5 Attorney Generals that have spoken up, and I'm just wondering if he would perhaps go a little more on that. The one Liberal, I believe he was a Liberal Attorney General from Queen's Park from here in Ontario, said that if any leader or any premier ever asked him to do such a thing, he would immediately pick up the phone, dial 911, and call the police. And that is the significance of what we saw this Prime Minister doing. And I'm just wondering if, you know, if he feels that Canadians have a full understanding of the depth of the law that has been broken here.
Our member for Timmins James Bay has just a little under a minute to respond.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, I have enormous respect for the fact that the former Attorney General said this is wrong. That's about integrity. I have had many disagreements with the former Attorney General about policy, but when you're actually willing to stand up with your career and say, I will not break the law, that takes integrity. And I'd like to give us another shout out to the former President of the Treasury Board, who I've had enormous respect for and I think is probably the best that we've seen on the Liberal benches. When she says I have to step down over ethical and constitutional responsibilities, I'm actually shocked when I look at the rest of the Liberals who sit there and think that it's perfectly okay to remain supporting a Justice Committee that shuts down an investigation that has cost them 2 of their most credible women cabinet ministers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Brandon Souris this afternoon. And I'd like to offer a quick snapshot of what we're talking about today. And we have a very simple request, and that's that the former Attorney General be allowed to speak. And this isn't a nothing burger or a distraction as the Liberal government has claimed that it is, because we have a Veterans Minister who resigned after she lost confidence in this Prime Minister. We had the Treasury Board President resign after losing confidence in this Prime Minister. We had the Prime Minister's best friend and Principal Secretary resign. We had the Clerk of the Privy Council resign. We had 5 former Attorneys General call for an RCMP investigation. We had a former Liberal Attorney General say that if what is alleged to have happened while he was the Attorney General, he would have dialed 911. This is a criminal act, he says. We have the OECD, Anti-Bribery and Corruption Unit, watching very closely, concerned that Canada has breached its international obligations. And if all of that isn't enough, we had the Liberal-dominated Justice Committee slam the gavel and pull the curtains shut when we called for the former Attorney General to be able to rebut the testimony that was given, but to also be able to speak without her hands tied behind her back. The order in council that's been given does not grant sufficient latitude for her to speak about everything that we're talking about today. And we've heard the government say, well, other people have spoken about time that's not covered in the order in council and nothing's happened to them. But we know what's happened to Vice Admiral Mark Norman. And the former Attorney General has very able legal counsel. And and she has obviously been well advised to tread very carefully and to operate only within the exact confines of that order in council. Having had the Justice Committee meeting adjourned last week, when a non-member was trotted in, the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell appeared, put his hand up, moved to adjourn, meeting adjourned. 24 minutes into the meeting, Madam Speaker. Unbelievable. While Canadians demand answers and the opposition seeks the truth, we have a government committed to a cover-up. It's no surprise, though, and it was reaffirmed for Canadians and members of the Justice Committee just yesterday when the meeting was the last meeting of the Justice Committee to study this very serious matter was closed to the media, closed to the public, and government members said there's nothing more to see here. And they said that because that's exactly what the Prime Minister's office told them to say. In this very place, we have asked for a public inquiry, and we've given all members of this House the opportunity to support that call for an independent and nonpartisan, non-PMO-controlled body to hold that public inquiry, where surely the former Attorney General would be allowed to speak, where surely we would get to the truth. But no, the government said no. The Liberal members in this House denied that request. We asked for the Prime Minister to appear at the Justice Committee. That request also voted down as part of the Liberal cover-up of this very, very serious matter. And a claim about jobs has been lobbed in response to our concerns over and over and over again by this government. And these 9,000 jobs that they allege to have been in jeopardy, not a shred of evidence, not a single line of text or a 140-character tweet, as the government often communicates their messages in, was offered as evidence of a risk to jobs. And in fact, evidence has been mounting that quite the opposite was true, that no jobs were at risk, that through covenants to the Quebec Pension Fund, in back-ordered work in the billions of dollars, and in the CEO's own words, the company had no jobs at risk. This was very much an effort by a Liberal-connected company to receive one kind of justice, while the rest of us, the rest of Canadians, are able to receive a very different kind. And since the former Attorney General gave her shocking testimony, there's been constant claims of he said, she said. But in reality, he said, and what the Prime Minister will let her say is the case. And that's because the Prime Minister won't let her speak. The gag order is in place. So let's look at this. He said, she said. And it began with the clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, appearing before the Justice Committee to testify to his involvement and knowledge of the political interference. Now, according to Mr. Wernick's testimony, the Prime Minister and his department continued to pressure the former Attorney General even after she told the Prime Minister she would not overrule the decision to allow SNC's case to proceed to trial, saying, quote, "The question that I think you're going to have to come to a view with, as well as will the Ethics Commissioner, is inappropriate pressure." He continued, "There's pressure to get it right on every decision, to approve, to not approve, to act, to not act. I'm quite sure the Minister felt pressure to get it right. Part of my conversation with her on December 19th was conveying context, that there were a lot of people worried about what would happen. The consequences, not for her, the consequences for the workers and the communities and the suppliers," end quote. Now, while acknowledging that there was pressure, in fact pressure, on the former Attorney General to overturn her final decision, we also now know that the clerk of the Privy Council also gave unregistered access to a lobbyist from SNC. The chair of the board was able to make a call directly to the clerk of the Privy Council on this issue. And it was only after a second appearance at the Justice Committee that we got that answer. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, sometimes these second appearances bear very, very interesting fruit. The account given by the former Attorney General detailing many meetings, calls, electronic correspondence included a cast of very interesting players from the government, including the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Privy Council Clerk, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and more. But the Justice Committee members would not hear from many of these witnesses because it's inconvenient to the government's narrative. They're very happy to allow what in many cases amounts to smears on the former Attorney General, and saying that perhaps she experienced it differently and that if she didn't like what was happening, she should have resigned. Well, we heard from one of the witnesses that the parliamentary secretary referenced earlier, a former judge. And that judge said that the job of the Attorney General in that instance is to stay in place and to maintain the independence of our judicial system by not resigning and withstanding that pressure. Canadians are rightly concerned about what has happened, and Canadians continue their calls to hear from the former Attorney General. The question that's been asked is, what could they be afraid of her saying? If she's testified, and they say that if she's given a full account, that what more could she add? Well, Madam Speaker, we'd like to find out. She has said, that the former Attorney General has said she has more to add, and we're calling on all members of this House to allow that gag order to be lifted and to let her speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member opposite for his contributions today and again for his contributions at the Justice Committee. Some statements have been made in the context of this afternoon's debate about the Justice Committee and the work that they're doing, in fact questioning the character of the members of the Justice Committee. And I think that actually doesn't do fairness or justice, if you'll pardon the pun, to the work that they've done on numerous pieces of legislation, on human trafficking, on access to justice, and now in terms of agreeing to study online hate. The question I have for the member opposite, who's a new member of that committee, is that if the gravamen of what transpired, going all the way back to that original Globe and Mail article, was the notion of pressure, inappropriate or otherwise, with respect to the issue of a prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, then what I put to the member opposite is that the only person who can intervene in a situation about an ongoing prosecution is the Attorney General of Canada. That's pursuant to Section 10 and Section 15 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act. Once the former Attorney General became a former Attorney General and was moved to becoming a Minister of Veterans Affairs, she could no longer be pressured because she had no statutory role to fulfill. Therefore, what would be the purpose of waiving solicitor-client privilege in respect of things that related to her time as Minister of Veterans Affairs or as a member for Vancouver-Granville?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. And that's very much the issue at hand, is we know that the Attorney General is the only one who can grant a deferred prosecution agreement, and this whole conversation about the Shawcross Doctrine, which the judge who appeared before us described as a flimsy argument or legal grounds for them to engage in this. But what we know is that she was fired for not doing what they asked. And that's why she was the former Attorney General. The conversations following her firing, following that cabinet shuffle, are germane to this issue. They relate directly to the core of what has happened here. She wouldn't do what the Prime Minister said, and so he fired her. He fired an accomplished minister and former Crown prosecutor and parliamentarian because she wouldn't do his bidding.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on the Justice Committee, the member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. I heard the member opposite talk about the Justice Committee and allegations that the character of the members of that committee was being maligned in this place. I was very fortunate to work in a committee that got along very well and produced unanimous reports, and then all of a sudden this hot potato was dropped in that committee, and it occurred to me that things looked very different, and it occurred to me that things were being directed from elsewhere. So I'd like, through you, Madam Speaker, to ask the member, as a new member who got to observe for the first time how that committee was functioning, whether he felt that they were acting as independently as the Prime Minister has told this House they act.
For Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I've had a brief opportunity to work with him on the Justice Committee, and when I joined the Justice Committee, I was told about the great bipartisanship that occurred and the good work that they've done, and there was a real juxtaposition between what's happened there and hearing from my colleague and hearing from who is the vice chair of the committee and hearing from the Conservative vice chair as well, that what has transpired since this issue came before the Justice Committee is a great departure from what they've known and the atmosphere and the character of those other members. So this isn't about their character, and it isn't about what usually happens. It's a marked departure from that, and it very clearly is the effects of PMO interference in the independence of that committee.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Madam Chair, before I begin to lay out my arguments on why I support this opposition motion, I want to say how disappointed I am with the Liberal MPs in the Justice Committee who shut down the investigation into the alleged political interference with the former Attorney General. The Liberal majority Justice Committee shut down its own Justice Committee to cover up the truth. Truly undemocratic, if not illegal. As extraordinary as the former Attorney General's testimony was, we cannot forget that the Prime Minister is using his power and his office to ensure we don't hear the rest of the story. It's unfathomable that the Prime Minister won't permit the former Attorney General to answer direct questions regarding meetings and interactions after he removed her from her portfolio, which she herself acknowledged were relevant. If there was one day where we walked into this chamber and checked our political allegiances at the door, it should be today. Hear, hear. The basis of my speech today is to convince Liberal MPs why they should vote in favor of calling on the Prime Minister to waive full solicitor-client privilege and all cabinet confidences that will allow the member from Vancouver Granville to give the rest of the story. We must get to the bottom of the alleged political interference that was put on our former Attorney General by the Prime Minister himself and other Liberal government officials as determined from the provided testimony. Anything else would be a grave injustice, Madam Speaker, to the rule of law and to the democratic principles that we were elected to uphold. To my colleagues, I know that constituents have been calling you. To my Liberal colleagues, that is. I know constituents have been calling our own members as well. But particularly to my Liberal colleagues, I know that constituents have been calling, emailing, and speaking to you about this serious allegation of political interference. When was the last time that major news networks broadcasted a parliamentary committee from the start to finish? When was the last time that millions of Canadians read the transcript or followed a committee as closely as this one that took place just mere weeks ago? For those who thought this was an inside Queensway story or a story being listened to only by Ottawa insiders, I've got news for them. This is not an academic lesson or a political science lecture. This is reality. People are watching, people are paying attention, and people want answers. They don't want the Liberal or the Conservative biases, they just want the facts. If MPs don't stand up today and vote in favor of this motion, I don't know if Canadians will ever get to the full and unaltered truth. Maybe that cover-up is truly what the Liberals want. Turn a blind eye to the truth. Now, I know that if Liberal MPs vote in favor of this motion and the former Attorney General is allowed to speak, this could very well put many of them in jeopardy come this October. That is Liberal members, Madam Speaker, of winning their seats. But if we are only here to make sure that we get reelected after another, rather than to seek the truth and defend and demand justice, even when it makes one uncomfortable, then I would argue it is time to hang up your coat and call it a day. The strength of one's convictions should allow each and every member in this House to set aside partisanship, even for just this one time, to stand and be counted when it matters the most. We are not elected to protect those in powerful positions. Our job's not to sweep injustice under the rug like it were only a nuisance. We were elected to defend the very pillars of our democracy, the rule of law, and to always put the interests of Canadians first. In politics, there are tough choices. Today's one of those gut check moments where a little introspection would do us all a little good. The best way to articulate that point is that I want every Liberal MP to think how they would vote if these alleged inappropriate pressures were placed on the Attorney General under a Conservative or a New Democratic government. We all know the answer to that question. We all know that the argument of it wasn't illegal, quote, is contemptible and downright disingenuous. If there's a bar in determining what is right and what is wrong, then this is a sad day in our democracy. The reason why this issue has been on the front page of every newspaper and newscast is that this is not a member of the opposition making these charges. It's the former Attorney General and a current Liberal MP who is willing to put everything on the line. In all my years of politics, I've never witnessed anything so stunning as the testimony of the former Attorney General gave to the Justice Committee. There are a million reasons for why the government and the Prime Minister would prefer for her not to tell the rest of the story. However, I cannot, for the life of me, think of a single reason, other than to speak the truth, for her to want to come back to the Justice Committee and ensure that we know exactly what transpired. So just let that sink in for a moment. The former Attorney General knows full well that there are obvious challenges when she previously testified, but she put all that aside. She was faced relentless attacks from some who wish she would just go away. Some have even went as far as smearing her or have attacked her motives. There are some who could care less about the truth and are only worried about their own political survival. And throughout all this, she has risen above these most difficult and trying circumstances. This is why I'm appealing to my Liberal colleagues to vote in favor of this motion. The former Attorney General was willing to speak the truth and let the chips fall where they may. I implore her fellow Liberal colleagues to show the same audacity. Join your fellow Liberal colleagues that have spoken out. No one is asking any member of the Parliament to rip up their Liberal membership or bolt from caucus. I'm not asking that you defect or endorse Conservative principles either. This has nothing to do with ideology or even the next election. Integrity. All I am asking is to give your Liberal colleague and former Attorney General the chance to be able to tell the full story. Let her provide the necessary testimony for the now Ethics Committee to do their job. And for those who think the Attorney General needs to leave her caucus, I would remind them that she didn't suddenly wake up and decide she was no longer a Liberal. She is proud Liberal, and the fact that she wants to run again this October is a testament to her principles. So I'll close, Madam Chair, by saying we must rise to the occasion and put aside our political fidelities. Let us call on the government to waive full solicitor-client privilege and all cabinet confidences and let the former Attorney General finish her testimony. Canadians.
It being 5:15 and this being the final supply day in the period ending March 26, 2019, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Mr.
Poilievre, seconded by Madam Harder, moves that the House take note of comments from the member for Vancouver-Granville that indicated she has not been able to fully explain the events that led to her resignation, and that the House call on the Prime Minister to waive full solicitor-client privilege and all cabinet confidences to allow the member for Vancouver-Granville to address events that occurred following January 14th, 2019, including her time as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, her resignation from that position, and her presentation to Cabinet that followed.
The House to adopt this motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Harder, moved that the House take note of comments from the member for Vancouver Granville that indicated she had not been able to fully explain the events that led to her resignation, and that the House call on the Prime Minister to waive full solicitor-client privilege in all cabinet confidences to allow the member for Vancouver Granville to address events that occurred following January 14, 2019, including her time as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, her resignation from that position, and her presentation to Cabinet that followed. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Ledoux. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Poilievre. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Bloch. Mr. Fast. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod Thompson Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Berthold. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abultayev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Sorensen. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Clark. Mr. Reid. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislav. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Jenis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Back to Mr. Carey. And Mr. Hoback. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stanton. Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kasteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bulleris. Ms. Benson. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Caron. Mr. Garrison. Madame Brosseau. Madame Trudel. Madame Sans Souci. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Stetsky. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganash. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Monsieur Bernier. Mrs. Caesar Chavan. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Weir. Mr. Clement.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Chager. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne-Jeantet, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Jeantet, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Millerville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapedia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapedia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
President Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Brussen.
Mr. Brussen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr.
Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Greywall.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 161, 161.
I declare the motion defeated. Formellement, l'ordre adopté plutôt.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, the House will now proceed to the taking the deferred recorded revision on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-369.
Seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moved that Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
fourth row at my left.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr.
Fourth row.
Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Excuse me, I meant fifth row, excuse me. Fifth row at my left.
Matheson.
Still getting used to this.
Madam Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Very good.
Fourth row at my left.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madam Bendayan.
Madam Bendayan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row at my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
First row at my left.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Berto.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Asasi.
Mr. Asasi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, Les Petites Nations.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentil, Le Petit Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest et Dessau.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, de Sud-Est et Dessau.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Shifter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahinchuk.
Ms. Mahinchuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Row at my left.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Third row at my left.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislev.
Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row at my right. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 211, 211. Nays contre 87, 87.
Declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The order. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the rules of the House do not permit us to eat in this place. And I can't help but observing that during the last vote, a number of people were eating in their seats, including the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and the Prime Minister, who appeared to be hiding a bagel in his desk. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already stained this place with corruption. He does not need to stain it with mustard as well.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister on the same point of order. Order.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. It was a chocolate bar, but I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston. And I remind members that food is not permitted in the chamber. Les mises aux voix suivantes.
The following votes are with regard to supplementary estimates B. The question is as follows. Madame Murray, seconded by Ms. Julie, proposes that vote 1B of the amount of $1,840,424 under the heading Canadian Services to support to administrative tribunals for the year ending March 31st, 2019 be approved. Does it please the House to adopt this motion? That all those who support the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say no. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those support the motion, please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne Chantal La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argentina La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algambra.
Mr. Algambra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Essarts.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Essarts.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Métal Matapedia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis Métal Matapedia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescastelito.
Mr. Pescastelito.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascados. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Monsieur Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Iacono. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Rabillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rasnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Matthew Fraser Kenyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Greywall. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Monsieur Hayes. Mr. Poiliev. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Bloch. Mr. Fast. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Berthold. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abutayev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Godin. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Généreux. Ms. Alislav. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Udega. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diott. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Mr. Saupak. Then Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bernier. Mr. Clement.
Order. The honourable member for Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order as perhaps I didn't give enough time. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, you were quick. The member for Burnaby South was standing, and you moved very quickly to the nose, but the NDP caucus members would be voting yes on this vote.
It's acceptable. We continue now with the NDP members. Yes, those in favour of the motion, would please rise. The rest of those in favour.
Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bulleris. Ms. Benson. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Caron. Mr. Garrison. Madame Brosseau. Madame Trudel. Madame Sansouci. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Duval. Mr. Kennings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
To be safe, anyone else opposed to the motion will please rise. Okay.
Yeas pour 201, 201. Nays contre 93, 93.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted.
Okay, the next question is on opposed vote number 2. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $11,171,323 under Canada Revenue Agency operating expenditures and contributions and the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it, despite the volume. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Tobago North.
Ms. Duncan at Tobago North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Sables.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasoli.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard, Monsieur Rioux, Monsieur Robillard, Ms. Rudd, Mr. Rumi, Mr. Rusnak, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Monsieur Sanson, Mr. Sangha, Mr. Sarai, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon, Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, Mr. Secan, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman, Mr. Tabera, Mr. Tan, Ms. Dandenbeld, Mr. Whalen, Mrs. Aid, Madame Fortier, Madame Lambropoulos, Mr. Hogue, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Yip, Madame Bendayan, Mr. Singh, Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Singh, Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian, Mr. Bulleris, Ms. Benson, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Angus, Mr. Davies, Ms. Ramsey, Ms. Ashton, Mr. Caron, Mr. Garrison, Madame Brosseau, Madame Trudel, Madame Sanssouci, Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, Monsieur Dussault, Monsieur Dubé, Monsieur Nantel, Monsieur Choquette, Mr. Blakey, Mr. Duval, Mr. Cannings, Mr. Johns, Ms. Hardcastle, Mr. McGregor, Mr. Cullen, Mr. Rankin, Mr. Stetsky, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Madame Laverdière, Mr. Christofferson, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Matheson, Madame Hughes, Ms. May, Sandwich Islands, Mrs. Cesar Chavan, Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen, Mr. Nicholson, Ms. Gledoux, Mr. Bazan, Mr. McColeman, Mr. Kent, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Poliev, Mr. Dedtel, Mrs. Bloch, Ms. Rempel, Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis, Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, Mr. Doherty, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Berthold, Mr. Martel, Mr. Paulus, Mr. Albus, Mr. Chong, Mr. Richards, Mr. Workington, Mr. Strahl, Mrs. Stubbs, Ms. Harder, Mrs. Vecchio, Mrs. Wong, Mr. Abultayev, Mrs. Kuzi, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Lake, Mr. O'Bry, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Godin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Reed, Mr. Lukiski, Mrs. Wagentall, Mr. Nader, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Generou, Ms. Alislav, Mr. Soroya, Madame Boucher, Mr. Carey, Mr. Hobach, Mr. Falk Provencher, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. McGuire, Mr. McCmitch, Mr. Yurdega, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Jennis, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Dreeshen, Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Albrecht, Mr. Arnold, Monsieur Généreux, Monsieur Gould, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Schmale, Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, Mr. Tilson, Mr. Shields, Mr. Diot, Mr. Leipert, Mr. Viersen, Mr. Weber, Mr. Motz, Mr. Benson, Mr. Lloyd, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Lausanne-Stormont-Dundas Southglengarry, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Glinsky, Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey Owen Sound, Mr. Trost, Mr. Beaulieu, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, Madame Posé, Monsieur Fortin, Monsieur Bernier, Mr. Clement.
Yeas pour 192, 192. Nays contre 89, 89.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next vote is on the following question. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $2,299,824 under Canada Revenue Agency, capital expenditures, in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Chager. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lametti. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel et Petite Nation. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert. Monsieur Schifke. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Iking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpelagia. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. DeMoff. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanato. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Monsieur Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascados. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeln. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bulleris. Ms. Benson. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Garrison. Madame Brosseau. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings.
Fanning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mrs. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Bazan. Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 192, 192.
Yes.
Nays contre 52, 52.
Declare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. The honourable member for New Westminster on a point of order.
We understand that people will be voting all night, but we all have to maintain respect for Parliament. We had a few moments ago where some members of the government were eating. The idea that we put up posters or props in this chamber, simply not on. And if the government should just be removing them, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. The rules of the House are very clear. It's going to be a long night. We all have to respect the rules of the House and respect this chamber, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I am rising on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, I would draw your attention to Standing Order 1.1, which reads as follows. The Speaker must alter the application of any standing or special order or practice of the House in order to permit the full participation in the proceedings of the House of any member with a disability. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the items that are being talked about are so that people can utilize the washroom, so that members have the ability as human beings to be able to go to the washroom when they need to be able to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for your ruling specifically on the matter that is before us tonight. Mr. Speaker, we are engaging in a series of votes which could extend certainly beyond 24 hours, potentially as long as 36 hours. Many members of the House, many members, pages, House officers, the expectation that they would be here engaged in sleep deprivation without regard to their personal hygiene or all sorts of serious mental and physical issues that come from deprivation of sleep for a long period of time. Mr. Speaker, I would assert to you that that's an infringement on the privilege of members to serve in this place. There are many members who will not be able to participate in the proceedings of this House because of their physical condition. I would point to you, Mr. Speaker, as a former executive director of Heart and Stroke Foundation, when somebody extends the hours that they are not sleeping beyond 48 hours, many people who started their day at 7:30 in the morning, that is an enormous stress on their heart, that it reduces their white blood cell count, that makes them incredibly susceptible to both to illness. And on the basis of health and safety, which I, as in my position as whip and charged with, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all members, on behalf of House officers and the pages, would ask for only one thing, Mr. Speaker, and that's not that the votes not take place, but simply that we have a cessation in votes that would occur from between 2 a.m. until 7 a.m. to recognize that members of the House, for their own health and safety, in order for them to be present in this place and do their work, would be able to do so without the encumbrance of not having sleep. To deny members that is to deny the privilege of members to be in this place when many do not have the physical capacity to be able to be in this place for the length of time. And on the last point, Mr. Speaker, if you have a better system for people to go to the washroom, then by all means, please let me know. Thank you.
Before I go to the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, I want to deal with the first matter that was raised about signage. So I don't think he was going to cover that issue, was he? No. Okay, let me just say that it's clear that members are not permitted to use signage that is propaganda in any way. I don't think it's a problem for members to be able for the whips, for example, to share information, but we certainly don't want any signage that is partisan in any fashion. So members should certainly avoid that. And order. And I thank the member for New Westminster, Burnaby, for bringing this to the House's attention. And now I go to the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have a solution for the Chief Government Whip in the Liberal Party. If they indicate through a motion that they will allow the former Attorney General to speak at the Justice Committee, this is over in 10 minutes.
Order. 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 The member for Foothills and others will come to order on both sides. Now, the members will know. I want to thank the Honourable Chief Government Whip and the member for Chilliwack Hope for their comments in relation to the expected all-night sitting. Members will know that there are means by we have pairing that is arranged, so that there are possible ways for members. That's happened at times. Members will also know, of course, that at times other arrangements have been made when members have to be away for a period of time. But we'll also know that it's not the first time the House has sat for an extended period to vote. It's not a new thing. I don't think that I have the discretion to bypass that without the unanimous consent of the House. Is there unanimous consent of the House to do so? So I thank the member for his point, but I think we're going to carry on.
The next vote is on motion number 4. The question is the following one. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $71,265 under Canadian Food Inspection Agency operating expenditures, grants, and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. Sargent. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lemaitre. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichak. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lauzon, Argenté-la-Petite-Nation. Mr. Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Duncan and Tobago North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert. Monsieur Schifke. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpelagia. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matapédia. Mr. Moff. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Monsieur Bayliss. Monsieur Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Monsieur Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Monsieur Yacono. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Mahoney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Monsieur Ouellette. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Massawi Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeln. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bulris. Ms. Benson. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Caron. Madame Brosseau. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Choquet. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Stutsky. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Laverdiere. Mr. Christofferson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gledoux. Mr. Bazan. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Block. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Albus. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abultaif. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Van Kasteren.
Mr. Van Kasteren.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 186, 186. Nays contre 45, 45.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 5. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $1,581,558 under Canadian Food Inspection Agency capital expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Monsieur Lauzon, enchanté, la petite nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, enchanté, la petite nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall. Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North End, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Hampton, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Roy Shepard is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I know the matters that we're voting on vote does count. I believe that the member for Etobicoke Centre walked in while you had already started reading the question, and you've ruled on this in the past that a member has to be at their spot, at their seat, in order to vote. Maybe you can verify with the member whether, in fact, the member's vote does count. Thank you.
Allow me to clarify for members that I've mentioned this before, that a member must be in the chamber so that they can hear the question. So if the point is, if the question has begun to be read when the member enters after that question has begun to be read, then that's the issue. So I would call upon the member in question perhaps to clarify.
I heard the question and I voted. Thank you.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 41, 41.
I declare the motion carried.
Question is on opposed vote number 6. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $74,000 under Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan, Tobico North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Desserts.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Desserts.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zeritz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fior.
Mr. Fior.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Rabillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masby, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Bulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Madame Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Lauzon. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 45, 45.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix.
The next vote is on number 7. The question is as followed. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, proposes that vote 1B in the amount of $3 million under Canadian Tourism Commission payments to the Canadian Tourism Commission in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it please the Chamber to adopt this motion? All those, please say yay. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinions, the yeas have it. All those who support the motion, please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petspot-Taylor.
Ms. Petspot-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
And Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, le Métis
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, le Métis Mathématicien.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Coury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimansky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimansky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent au motion.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 50, 50.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Questions on opposed vote number 8. Question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $2,609,913 under Communications Security Establishment Program Expenditures and the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
The Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur. Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelm.
Ms. Vandenbelm.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar-Saran.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Hayes.
Monsieur Hayes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 52, 52.
I declare the motion carried.
On opposed vote number 9, the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that vote 1 be in the amount of $6,556,326 under Correctional Service of Canada, operating expenditures, grants and contributions, and the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey. Sorry, Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Then Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Saeed.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McCollum.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Saint-Chemin Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Saint-Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Back to Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Anislav.
Anislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kasteren. Sorry, Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 52, 52.
I declare the motion carried. Le prochain mise au voix.
The next vote is on motion number 10. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $70,201 under Department for Women and Gender Equality operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemeti.
Mr. Lemeti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Vandal.
Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Daldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zeritz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Fregascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabiard.
Monsieur Rabiard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bulris.
Mr. Bulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Coleman.
Mr. McCollum.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Blany, Bellechasse-Saint-Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blany, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, Sound Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
And Monsieur Clement. Yeas pour 158, 158. Nays contre 52, 52.
Declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposed vote number 11. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $500,000 under Department for Women and Gender Equality, grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, le Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, le Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Mr. Bayless. Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouliris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Back to Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
And Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yes pour 158, 158. Nays contre 53, 53.
Declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise à voix.
The next vote is on opposed vote number 12. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodell, that vote 1B in the amount of $67,606 under Department of Canadian Heritage operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Mr.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratenzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Nicholman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Blany, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Monsieur Blanet, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Gooding.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 53, 53.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 13. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $9,251,283 under Department of Canadian Heritage Grants and Contributions in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mrs. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monseth.
Ms. Monseth.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey Cumberland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Serres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Serres.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Ouellet. Return to Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald. Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse des Etchemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 168, 168. Nays contre 52, 52.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine.
The next question is on opposed vote number 14, and the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $25,000 under Department of Canadian Heritage, rather $22,563,112 under Department of Citizenship and Immigration. Expenditures and the supplementary estimates be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Pittspa-Taylor.
Ms. Pittspa-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemeti.
Monsieur Lemeti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Null.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Argentel.
Argentel et Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel et Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May. Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
And Bendayan.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed, the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
As soon as they count this vote, I'm up.
Yeas pour 157, 157. Nays contre 53, 53. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 15. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $169,196,000 under Department of Citizenship and Immigration grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Hager.
Mr. Hager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Madame
North.
Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Sédé.
Monsieur Sédé.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sages.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Sages.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertino.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid. Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bandayan.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Return to Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barceau de Duval.
Monsieur Barceau de Duval. Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 50, 50.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur le crédit d'opposition numéro.
Here's the question. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 15B in the amount of $267,245 under the Department of Citizenship and Immigration, writing off of debts in the supplementary estimates B for fiscal year ending March 31, 2019, be concurred in. Does it please the House to adopt this motion? May all those opposing the motion say yea. All those opposing the motion say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne-Chantal, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenté de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolito.
Mr. Pescasolito.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Houghton.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Massey Fisher Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Master Cruiser.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Sir?
Kutusaki. All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
No, Mr. Chilson. That's not Mr.
That's not Mr. McCauley.
It is. Yep, it is. And then Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Macaulay was there. There we go. Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 48, 48.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 17. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Jolie, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $13,022,871 under Department of Employment and Social Development operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Jager. Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin-la-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin-la-Petite-Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et l'Essor.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanow.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Cedar, Mr. Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mr. Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Vandenveld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney, Berchas-Zitchermain-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Berchas-Zitchermain-Lévis.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Minster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 47, 47.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix pour
The next vote is on vote number 18. The question is as follows. Ms. Fulham for Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $5,090,528 under Department of Employment and Social Development, grants and contributions, in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of this motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Back to Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne Jantel La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Angété Les Petites Nations.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et Dessert.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Métal, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Métal, Matapédia.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabia.
Monsieur Rabia.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mesquite Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mesquite Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Greywall.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
Could all those opposed to the motion please rise?
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Zitchman Levy.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grayo and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grayo and Sound.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Sorry, Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Then Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 48, 48.
Je déclare
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 19. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $163,501,480 under Department of Employment and Social Development, writing off debts in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Madame Joly. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lemetti. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cusner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Dessarts. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matapédia. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Beach. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser, Central Nova. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Mr. Gisnevsky. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Brettina. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailfson. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Monsieur Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Rioux. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Massachusetts Fisher Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bulleris. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Cannings. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse-Etchemin, Lévis. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Godin. Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislev.
Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 143, 143. Nays contre 50, 50.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine.
The next opposed vote is on motion number 20. The question is the following. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moved that vote 1B in the amount of $3,283,364 under the Department of Finance program expenditures and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Gentil de Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Agence de Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan de Toco North.
Mr. Duncan de Topico North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Essarts.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Essarts.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Montagne, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Montagne, Matapédia.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Al-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Ms. Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Madame Trudel. Madame Sans Souci. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Cannings. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Ms. May Sanishkoff Islands. Mrs. Cesar Chauvin. Mr. Greywall.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont être bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis. Mr. Nuttall. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Godin. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reid. Mrs. Wagentall. Mr. Nader. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislav. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Diot. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motts. Mr. Benson. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Beaulieu. Mr. Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Yeas pour 145, 145. Nays contre 50, 50.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 21. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $8,211,518 under the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Madame Jolie. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lemetti. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mrs. Lockhart. Sur les enchantés la petite nation. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et des Sables. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massé Avignon Le Métis Matan Matapédia. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hebert. Mr. Sims. Mr. Gisnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Monsieur Willett. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Ms. Rudd. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Cedar, Mr. Muskie Fraser Canyon. Mr. Cedar Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbaum. Mr. Whalen. Madame Fottier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Bulleris. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Garrison. Madame Trudel. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Mr. Cullen. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Saint-Germain Lévis. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislav. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Diot. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller Bruce Grey and Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Beaulieu. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 51, 51.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise à voix pour...
The next vote is on opposed vote number 22. The question is the following. For Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $5 million under the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, grants and contributions in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay
Ms.
Cardigan.
Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Gentil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin de Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cornier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Sud-Est Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Scarpelagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, le Métis Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le Métis Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Gisnevsky.
Gisnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescastrillo.
Pescastrillo.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fisher Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Master Fraser.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeln.
Ms. Vandenbeln.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquet.
Mr. Choquet.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Zitchemin, Levy.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold. Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray and Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
I declare the motion carried.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands on a point of order.
I know we're not supposed to have interruptions. I'm not hearing the clerk's vote tally. I hear it's carried, but his microphone isn't working, and I like keeping track of how the votes are going, and those aren't being amplified for us.
Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 53, 53.
Okay, I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing this to our attention, and we'll try and ensure that that continues to be the case. I'd ask if other honourable members find the same glitch happening. If they'd let us know, that would be great. The next question is on opposed vote number 23. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $367,410 under Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development, operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Mr.
Oh, right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne Argentel de Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argentel de Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan de Topico North.
Mr. Duncan de Topico North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest de Car.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon Le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon Le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Ibard.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bergina.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fergus-Gatos.
Mr. Fergus-Gatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatsuki, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishmaski, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulevest.
Mr. Boulevest.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
That's my understanding.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr.
Yeah, at that point.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 154, 154. Nays contre 50, 50.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix.
The next question is on opposed vote number 24. Here's the question. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $162,570,467 under Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development, grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lozon, Argentin la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argentin la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Sédé.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matapétia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matapétia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Elcouri.
Mr. Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robial.
Monsieur Robial.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Saney.
Mr. Saney.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bendayan. Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Tout ce qui s'oppose à la motion, oui bien.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 53, 53.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 25. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, moves that vote 15B in the amount of $741,997 under Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development payments in respect of pension insurance and Social Security programs in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. And all those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sargent.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Fitzpatrick-Taylor.
Ms. Fitzpatrick-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Gabra.
Mr. Gabra.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Monsieur Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, Le Métis, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, Le Métis, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lemoura.
Mr. Lemoura.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Return to Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fergus-Gatos.
Fergus-Gatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Matsquey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Masgree Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengleman.
Mr. Spengleman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Échemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Échemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCollum, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barceau-Duval.
Et Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 54, 54.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine.
The next question is on opposed vote number 26. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $62,212,835 under Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Operating expenditures in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say no, nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajjan, Madame Joly, Mr. Goodale, Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Pettipas-Taylor, Ms. Murray, Ms. Bennett, Mr. Baines, Ms. Haidu, Mr. Hussain, Mr. Regan, Mr. Blair, Ms. Tassi, Ms. Ing, Ms. Mahaichuk, Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester, Mr. McKay, Mr. Nault, Mrs. Lockhart, Monsieur Lausanne-Chantal, La Petite Nation, Monsieur Cormier, Mrs. McCrimmon, Ms. Jones, Mr. Gabra, Mr. Sohi, Ms. McKenna, Madame Le Boutillier, Mr. Wilkinson, Mr. Cuzner, Mr. Casey Charlottetown, Mr. Vaughan, Monsieur Schiffke, Ms. Scrow, Mr. Iking, Mr. Bagnall, Mr. Paradis, Mr. McGinty, Mr. Scarpalegia, Mr. Fillmore, Monsieur Massé-Avignon, Madame Matabedia, Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Mr. Moff, Monsieur Lefebvre, Mr. Mendicino, Mr. Duguid, Mr. Lamoureux, Mr. Beach, Mr. Varani, Mr. Fraser Central Nova, Monsieur Vandal, Monsieur Poisson, Mr. De Courcy, Mr. Sims, Mr. Jesnevsky, Mr. Dollywall, Mr. Pescasolido, Madame Mendez, Mr. Oliphant, Monsieur Dubourg, Mr. Aldag, Mr. Amos, Monsieur Arsenault, Mr. Area, Monsieur Ayoub, Madame Lapointe, Mr. Biddle, Mr. Brettina, Monsieur Breton, Mr. Bruson, Ms. Dillon, Monsieur Drouin, Mr. Ailson, Monsieur Fergus, Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Fisher, Mr. Fonseca, Mr. Fragascados, Mr. Fuhr, Mr. Gerritsen, Mr. Graham, Mr. Hardy, Ms. Hutchings, Mr. Yacono, Ms. Khalid, Mr. Levitt, Mr. Long, Mr. Longfield, Ms. Ludwig, Mr. May Cambridge, Mr. McDonald, Monsieur Ouellet, Mr. Peterson, Monsieur Picard, Monsieur Rioux, Monsieur Robillard, Ms. Rudd, Mr. Rumi, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Mr. Sarai, Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, Mr. Secan, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman, Mr. Tabera, Mr. Tan, Ms. Vandenbeld, Mrs. Zaid, Madame Fortier, Madame Lambropoulos, Mr. Hogue, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Yip, Madame Bendayan, Mr. Julian, Mr. Massey, Windsor West, Monsieur Boulris, Mr. Davies, Ms. Ashton, Madame Trudel, Monsieur Dussault, Monsieur Nantel, Monsieur Choquette, Mr. Johns, Ms. Hardcastle, Mr. Cullen, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Matheson, Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, Mrs. Cesar Chavan, Mr. Gurwal.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson, Mr. McColman, Mr. Kent, Monsieur Reyes, Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis, Mr. Nuttall, Mr. Berthold, Monsieur Martel, Monsieur Paulus, Mr. Chong, Mr. Richards, Mr. Workington, Mr. Strahl, Mrs. Vecchio, Mrs. Wong, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Lake, Mr. Lobb, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Clark, Mr. Reed, Mrs. Wagenthal, Mr. Nader,
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 135, 135. Nays contre 51, 51.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 27. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jolie, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $50,564,157 under Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
All those in favor. All those in favor.
Did I say all those, pardon me, all those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne Chantal La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Chantal La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mrs. Scrow. Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelletia.
Mr. Scarpelletia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Levitt. You've pas vu? Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Rabillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
She's going to bring me something.
Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 53, 53.
I declare the motion carried. Point d'ordre,
Point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the very beginning of the recent vote, there was a little problem. We weren't sure if the vote was in favor or not, and the Prime Minister nearly rose against me. So I would like to offer the possibility of having a vote by unanimous consent. I move that the House ask the Prime Minister to completely remove the gag order for both cabinet confidentiality as allowed to and attorney-client privileges in order to allow the former Attorney General to speak about everything around the place and her subsequent resignation from cabinet. That would allow us to put an end to this series of votes that we are currently in the midst of. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? I'm not finished yet. I know that you're waiting for it, but does it have the unanimous consent of the House in order to move the motion? The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? No unanimous consent. The next question is on opposed vote number 28. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $39,065,125 under Department of Indigenous Services Canada, operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All Those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les oui l'ont.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Trudeau. Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
That's right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté la petite nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté la petite nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leoutillier.
Madame Leoutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kusner.
Kusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those in opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 49, 49.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 29. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $278,977,133 under Department of Indigenous Services Canada grants and contributions in the supplementary estimate B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lockhart.
Monsieur Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Vaughan.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Poisson.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur
Mr.
Dubourg.
Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Rioux.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Vandenbell.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Tous ceux qui s'y opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Et Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 129, 129. Nays contre 53, 53.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
La prochaine mise au.
The next vote is on opposed vote number 30. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $4,195,175 under Department of Industry operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in.
At the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion. Que tous ceux qui
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinions, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichak.
Ms. Mahaichak.
Mr. Casey. Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey. Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Vertansy.
Ms. Vertansy.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Madame Trudel. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin, Lévis. Mr. Nuttall. Monsieur Martel. Mr. Chong. No, sorry. Not Mr. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Godin. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Wagentall. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Madame Boucher. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motts. Mr. Benson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Lausanne Stormontanda, South Glengarry. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Mr. Clement.
Yeas pour 137, 137. Nays contre 49, 49.
I declare the motion carried.
The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $567,000 under Department of Industry grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Medicino.
Medicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatsino.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatsino.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
De Courcy.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
And Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Sept-Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Sept-Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Benson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Clement.
And Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 135, 135. Nays contre 50, 50.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise.
The next vote is on opposed vote number 39. Ms. Marie moved that vote under Department of Defense, operating expenditures and supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurrent in. I forgot to say that this was on opposed vote number 32, says the Speaker. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les oui.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Sargent. Madame Jolie. Madame Jolie. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Ms. Mahaichuk. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mr. Nault. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Garneau. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Kuzner. Mr. Kuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn. Monsieur Chiffquet. Mr. Chiffquet. Ms. Scrow. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia. Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia. Ms. Goldsmith Jones. Ms. Goldsmith Jones. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. DeMoff. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Dogood. Mr. Dogood. Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratanzi. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesca-Solido. Pesca-Solido. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubois. Mr. Dubois. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zarowitz. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Elfson. Mr. Elfson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascatos. Fregascatos. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robial. Monsieur Robial. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacam.
Mr. Seacam.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame
Madame Badayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr.
Massey.
Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Return to Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Mr.
Duval.
Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 51, 51.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposed vote number 33, and the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $165,357,920 under Department of National Defense capital expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les oui l'emporte.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mais ça, si je t'avais
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lazon, Argentel de Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Mrs. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan de Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan de Tobico North.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Perezzi.
Mr. Perezzi.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jasneski.
Mr. Jasneski.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Jolibois.
Madame Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McCallman.
Mr. McCallman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blenny Belchas des Échemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blenny Belchas des Échemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glenski.
Mr. Glenski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 145, 145. Nays contre 50, 50.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise aux voix porte sur...
The next question on opposed vote is on opposed vote number 35. The credit vote 1B in the amount of $6,190,616 under Department of Natural Resources. Operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be concurred in.
Motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, ajouter la petite nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. Jones.
Mrs. Jones.
Mr. Gabra.
Mr.
Ms.
Gabra.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Massey Avignon et Mathis Patin Matapédia.
Mr. Massey Avignon et Mrs. Patin Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. DeMott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Edcouri.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr.
McKinnon.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
And Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Greywell.
Mr. Greywell.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney-Belchas, les Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Belchas, les Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormartin, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormartin, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 118, 118. Nays contre 49, 49.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposed vote number 35, and the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $63,090,788 under Department of Public, $63,090,788, under Department of Public Works and Government Services operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent bien dire oui.
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Nemetti.
Mr. Nemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Easter.
Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon. Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Marseille, Avignon, Mrs. Matan, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescastelito. Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
No? No? Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Whoops. Hey, TJ, don't worry about it. Just a few more months of this stuff.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Delchasse, Etchemin, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 53, 53.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise.
The next question is on opposed vote number 36. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $9,363,919 under Department of Public Works and Government Services capital expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2019 be concurred in.
To adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les oui.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne Jeté de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenté de la Petite
Monsieur
Nation.
Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke
Ms.
North.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier. Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des îles des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, les Îles-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Greywall.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shear. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Paulus. Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Bedford's Lord Minster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Benson.
Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South and
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 122, 122. Nays contre 59, 59.
I declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know that there is a relaxed dress code that has occurred for some members in the House tonight. I note that the Minister of Innovation is wearing only a T-shirt, and what's most offensive, Mr. Speaker, the member from a Toronto area wearing a Colorado Rockies T-shirt when the Toronto Blue Jays are in spring training. So I would certainly ask that both the Prime Minister may want to talk to that minister about his support for the Blue Jays, but also that his vote not count until he is properly attired in the House, Mr. Speaker.
So I do want to thank the member for Chilliwack Hope. I understand that the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby is also rising on the same point of order.
Oui.
The honourable member.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the same point of order, you know, earlier we spoke about food and the fact that Liberal members on the other side had food. We do have standing orders for our dress code for the House of Commons. And if people on the other side are wearing T-shirts, it's simply not appropriate. So I would like you to ask the members on the other side to respect the dignity of the House of Commons. I appreciate the comments that were made by the two members of Parliament, and I'd like to remind all members, whether they be ministers or members, that they do have to wear a jacket. And if they have voted, their vote will not count. If they want their vote to count, they will have to be wearing their jacket. Thank you. Votes will be adjusted accordingly. The next vote is on opposition vote number 37. The question is the following.
Moves that vote L10B in the amount of $14 million under Department of Public Works and Government Services, increase in amount of loans in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau, Mr. Hare, Mr. Sajjan, Madame Joly, Mr. Goodale, Monsieur Rodriguez, Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, Ms. Murray, Ms. Qualtrough, Ms. Freeland, Monsieur Lametti, Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan, Ms. Bennett, Mrs. Jordan, Ms. Mahajchuk, Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester, Mr. Easter, Ms. Fry, Mr. McKay, Mr. Nault, Mrs. Lockhart, Mr. Lausanne-Jeantel, La Petite Nation, Mr. Cormier, Mrs. McCrimmon, Ms. Jones, Mr. Algabra, Ms. Gould, Mr. Sohi, Mr. Champagne, Ms. Monsef, Ms. Haino, Ms. Duncan of Tobico North, Ms. McKenna, Madame Le Boutillier, Monsieur Serré, Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sables, Monsieur Schiffke, Mr. Eiking, Mr. Bagnall, Mr. McGuinty, Mr. Scarpellegia, Mr. Fillmore, Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapedia, Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Monsieur Lefebvre, Mr. Mendicino, Mr. Duguid, Mr. Lamoureux, Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau, Mr. Beach, Monsieur Lightbound, Ms. O'Connell, Ms. Cara, Mr. Varani, Mr. Fraser Central Nova, Monsieur Hébert, Mr. Sims, Mr. Tansey. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubois. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Brettina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Assassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Boulris. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Madame Trudel. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquet. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Rankin. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Ms. May Saanich Islands. Mr. Grewal.
Opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Chemins Lévis. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Clark. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Wagentall. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Diot. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motts. Mr. Benson. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Saint-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Mr. Clement.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 57, 57.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposition vote number 38, and the question is the following. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $4,024,393 under Department of Transport operating expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Kusner. Ms. Bennett. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey, Cunningham, Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nolt.
Mr. Nolt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Enchanté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenté de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan de Tobago.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et l'Essor.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Mrs. Matan,
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Fraser, Central Nova.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr.
Mr.
Bruson.
Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fergus-Scotto.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Grewal.
They are all in a category.
Opposed to the motion, rise.
Mr. Shear. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Blenny, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, and Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 58, 58.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise aux voix porte sur
The next vote is on opposed vote number 39. The question is as follows.
Ms. Joly moves that vote 5B in the amount of $13,766,900 under Department of Transport capital expenditures in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Sorry. All the yeas. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. It's getting late.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
I do apologize. It is a little late, eh? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Lametti. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahynchuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs. Monsieur Schiffke. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Moff. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Dogood. Monsieur Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McKinnon Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bouliris. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Madame Trudel. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Rankin. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Gurwal. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. McColman. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Blaney, Belchesse, Etchemin, Lévis. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 57, 57.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposed vote number 40, and the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $323,177,757 under Department of Veterans Affairs, grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in.
The House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the ayes have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petty-Potel.
Ms. Petty-Potel.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sables.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est de
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lemoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr.
Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkoudi.
Mr. Elkoudi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fargascados.
Mr. Fargascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Well? Didn't rise, did he? Okay.
Mr. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Return to Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney, Belchesse des Echemins Levy.
Mr. Blaney, Belchesse des Echemins Levy.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Return to Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 60, 60.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposed vote number 41. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $257,949 under Leaders Debates Commission program expenditures in the supplementary estimate B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les non là pas.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Desserts.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Desserts.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall. Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Repeat, Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
And Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. O'Brien.
O'Brien.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Shield.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Beerson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lauzon Stomacanda South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon Stomacanda
Mr.
South
Sopak.
Glengarry. Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Ray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
And Mr. Clement.
Look how serious you are.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 64, 64.
I declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, the motions to concur in all the opposed items listed on the notice paper under Supplementary Estimates B be deemed adopted on division. B, the motion to concur in the unopposed votes be deemed adopted on division. C, Bill C-95, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019 be deemed introduced and read a first time, deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in the committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed on division. D, the motions to concur in all the opposed items listed on the notice paper under interim estimates be deemed adopted on division. E, the motion to concur in the unopposed votes be deemed adopted on division. F, Bill C-96, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, be deemed introduced and read a first time, deemed read a second time, and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed on division. G, the order made Tuesday, March 19, 2019, pursuant to Standing Order 45, respecting the deferral of the recorded division on the motion to concur in the 51st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be discharged, and the motion deemed adopted on division. And H, the House direct the Governor and Council to waive within 5 days full solicitor-client privilege and all cabinet confidences to allow the member for Vancouver-Granville to address events that occurred following January 14, 2019, including her time as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, her resignation from that position, and her presentation to Cabinet that followed, provided that the failure to comply shall be deemed to be a breach of privilege. I, that this House do now adjourn.
consent. Order. La prochaine mise aux voix porte.
The next question is on opposed vote number 42. The question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Jadis, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $320,363 under Library of Parliament. Program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in.
Sure how the members will be able to vote on the motion if they're not listening to what the motion says.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les oui l'ont pas.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Sajjan. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Madame Joly. Mr. Godel. Mr. Godel. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Lauzon, enchanté la petite nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, enchanté la petite nation.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Monsieur Chiefquet.
Monsieur Chiefquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Lametis, Matam, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lametis, Matam, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Brassio.
Mr. Brassio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hargiscados.
Hargiscados.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar-Brampton South.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Julian.
Monsieur Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
We were trying to decide between Anne and Stephen Harper.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Mrs. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
Opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finlay.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Clement.
And Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 58, 58.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on opposed vote number 43, and the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $6,045,266 under National Energy Board program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Qu'est-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Ceux qui s'y
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahynchuk.
Ms. Mahynchuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel et Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentel et Petite Nation.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarretz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Masque, Fisher Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
And Bendayan.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Graywall.
Mrs. Cesar Chavin.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Back to Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Bry.
O'Bry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Urdega.
No.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
No. Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 68, 68.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted. Or carried.
La question est la suivante. Madame Murray, appuyée par Madame Joly, propose que le crédit 10B au montant de 150 000 sous la rubrique Bureau de l'infrastructure du Canada, subventions et contributions du budget supplémentaire des dépenses B pour l'exercice se terminant le 31 mars 2019 soit agréé. Oh, il n'y a pas de traduction.
Oh, the interpreter's microphone wasn't on? The interpreter's microphone wasn't on.
Is it working? Yes? Est-ce que je dois...
Should I reread the motion? Yes? The next question in opposed vote is on opposed vote number 44. And the question is as follows. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that vote 10B in the amount of $150,000 under Office of Infrastructure of Canada, grants and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in.
To adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahainchuk.
Ms. Mahainchuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach. Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mrs. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarretz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Berthold.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Brien.
O'Brien.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Davidson.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Yeas pour 142, 142. Nays contre 46, 46.
I declare the motion approved. La prochaine mise au vote.
The next vote is on opposed. The next question, rather, is on opposed vote number 45. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that the President of the Treasury Board, rather that vote 1B in the amount of $1,282,885 under Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, program expenditures in Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in.
The House to adopt the motion. All those in favor, please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey. Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey. Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlotte.
Mr. Vaughan.
Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Essarts.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Essarts.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss. Oh, Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mrs. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Mansui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Rokivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr.
Mr.
Broussard.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 143, 143. Nays contre 48, 48.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise aux voix porte.
The second vote is on opposed vote. Opposed motion number 46. The vote. Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Joly, moved that vote 1B in the amount of $4 million under Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non là.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Here. Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan of Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan, Tobico North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Dessarts.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Dessarts.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Essasi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambopoulos.
Madame Lambopoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Water for that man.
Mr. Nicholson.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Anderson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shields. Sorry, Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
And Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 49, 49.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is opposed vote number 47. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $50,000 under Office of Senate Ethics Officer program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor, please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will... Oops, sorry. Yes. All those in favor of the motion, please.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan of Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan, Tobico North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino.
Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
No? Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Monsieur Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Wolteif.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr.
Tilson.
Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
See Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Mathis.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 122, 122. Nays contre 68, 68.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise aux voix porte sur le...
The next question is on opposed vote number 48. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $476,000 under Parks Canada Agency program expenditures, grants, and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be concurred in.
Point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the practice in this House is very clear that the mover or the mover's another minister acting in the name of the mover and the seconder need to be in the House of Commons. The Minister of Public Security is not in the House right now.
Very good. So Very good. Order. Order. I was informed that Mr. Goodale was leaving the room as, well, we're not allowed to mention that, but I'm sorry. My apologies. It's late at night. La question est...
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $476,000 under Parks Canada Agency program expenditures, grants, and contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Quattro.
Ms. Quattro.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Carrigan.
Mr. Macaulay Carrigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Ms.
North.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jevneski.
Mr. Jevneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. De Brussen.
Ms. De Brussen.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutching.
Ms. Hutching.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May Saanich Golf Island.
Ms. May Saanich Golf Island.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Back to Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. McGuire. Oh, correction. Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr.
Cooper.
Correction, Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
We have a point of order. The honourable member. Or, sorry, one moment.
Yeas 437, 147. Nays, contre 47, 47.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe in the previous roll call, the member for Brampton North voted and then left her seat and is no longer in the chamber. And therefore, her vote cannot be counted as part of that vote roll call.
Very good. Did you want to adjust that? We have another point of order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in my seat to hear the question. I stepped out momentarily to speak to somebody about the cover-up, and then I came back and voted. I'm not sure whether my vote had been counted, and I just want to confirm that with the table. Thank you.
If the honourable members, it was counted. L'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, a new day has just begun a few minutes ago. It's past midnight, and I'd like to give all my colleagues an opportunity, by unanimous consent, to put an end to the voting by passing this motion that the Prime Minister waive cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege in order to allow the member for Vancouver-Granville to testify to events following January 14th, 2019, including her time as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, her resignation from that position, and her presentation to Cabinet that followed, provided that failure to comply shall be deemed to be a breach of privilege. That could put an end to all of this very quickly. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? No. There is no unanimous consent.
The next question is on opposed vote number 49. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland for Ms. Murray, seconded by Ms. Shager, moves that vote 5B in the amount of $386,112 under Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council grant in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Toconoir.
Ms. Duncan Togonorth.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jevzneski.
Mr. Jevzneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Drouin. Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Labropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May Sanishkal-Fallon.
Ms. May Sanishkal-Fallon.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Ms. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owensound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owensound.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval. Yeas pour 131, 131. Nays contre 49, 49.
I declare the motion carried. Madame Freeland.
Ms. Freeland, seconded for Ms. Murray, seconded